let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantsha, may I just make a request to you that's been passed on to me by the technical people who are doing the televising for the streaming of the evidence. Apparently, sometimes you sit back quite a bit, or sometimes turn, and I have no doubt what you're trying to do is just engage me in eye contact, which is a courteous thing in a way, but it means that sometimes particularly the voice doesn't get picked up. So if you don't mind, I know it's difficult, rather than looking at me, try and look rather in the direction of the chair, because of course you're giving evidence to him ultimately rather than me. If you can try and do that, and then hopefully that will direct your voice towards the microphone. I know it's a bit of a bore to have to sort of remind yourself on that, but if you wouldn't mind just doing that, that will help.
Thank you.
Mr. Mantsha, I indicated that we were going to look into issues relating to your travel overseas and who paid them. We've had just over an hour for you to reflect over lunch. Is there anything you want to start with before I take you to individual documents in relation to your evidence just a short while back, that when you travelled overseas, if it was official business for Denel, it would be paid for by Denel. If it was any other business of your own, that would be that was paid for by yourself.
Well, I think without trying to waste time, we can answer document by document.
You want to do that?
That's as we move.
Yes.
So I will explain the context of what I'm talking about.
Sure. Let's start, please. And Chair, we're still in Bundle 8 from page 465.
Sorry, which bundle are we in?
Bundle 8, page 465. It's the one that includes your statement that we were looking at just before lunch.
The one we were looking at just before we adjourned.
Yes, Chair, I do have.
Okay, thank you. 465, please.
I do have, Chairperson.
All right, thank you. And you see, this is an invoice issued by Travel Excellence. We're a firm of travel agents, and it's an invoice that reflects some travel details, and in particular flights and visas. Now, if you look at the table in the middle, it's headed Emirates/SAA. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it refers to passenger. There are 3 passengers referred to in the first column under that heading passenger.
I can see.
The first is the name of Mr. Duduzane Zuma. I think it may have been misspelt, but that is Mr. Duduzane Zuma, not so?
Yes.
And the route is indicated as a particular flight on a particular date. The date, it appears, was the 7th of October. And we see from the date of the invoice itself, near the top right, just below the picture, or the logo rather, of Travel Excellence, it says date 10th of the 10th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
So we're talking about October 2015. And then the second passenger is Ms. Shanice, is it? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's Shanice Zuma.
I can see that.
Is that the correct pronunciation to your knowledge?
Now, of course, I suffer from the same as you do.
But don't you know her? Don't you know her? I don't know her, so that's why I'm suffering.
Look, I would assume from this it would be Mr. Zuma's wife.
Yes, that's my understanding too.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, I think they were married just a bit earlier in 2015.
Yes.
And the flight details are exactly the same. And then the third passenger is your own name, is that right? Lugisani Daniel Mantsha.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The same flight details again, except that the date is different. For Mr. and Mrs. Duduzani Zuma, the date is the 7th of October, and in your case it's the 6th of October, correct?
Correct.
And then it says Dubai visas times 2, and there's a charge for that, and a ticketing fee charge for that. Now, this appears to then reflect that a travel agent made bookings for air travel by yourself, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Duduzani Zuma, on the 6th or 7th of October, and also arranged things like visas. Do you recall taking a trip to Dubai?
I do, Chairperson.
And that was at the same time, roughly, as Mr. and Mrs. Duduzani Zuma.
Correct, Chairperson.
Right. And we see that the invoice is made out by the travel agents to West Dawn Investments, Pty Limited. You see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
And are you aware of the fact that West Dawn Investments was a shareholder in VR Laser?
I think, just getting back to my evidence, I indicated that yes, I knew around the time when we were doing due diligence for
Yes.
VR Asia as a partner of Denel, and this is around 2016, November, December, somewhere. Yeah, then I knew then.
You knew then, and you confirm now that West Dawn was one of the shareholders in VR Laser.
Correct.
Correct. And is it correct that Mr. Duduzani Zuma himself personally was, at least at that stage, I don't know about now, but at that stage was a shareholder in West Dawn Investments?
That Mr. Zuma was a shareholder?
Yes.
Well, in 2016, when it appeared, he was a shareholder.
Yes. And Mr. Salim Essa was also a shareholder, is that correct?
Well, my recollection is Mr. Duduzani Zuma and Mr. Tony Gupta were the shareholder.
Tony Gupta himself?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm not aware of Mr. Salim Issa being the shareholder of West Dawn.
All right. Thank you. And what was the purpose of this trip to Dubai?
Well, as I indicated, this was a personal trip that I undertook.
Personal as in a holiday, or is it personal as in you were doing business but not Denel business? You were doing
I
private
was not
business?
doing Denel business. It was
Were
my
you doing any
personal
other
trip.
business? Was it a holiday, or were you doing any other business?
Well, I was doing my own personal business at the time.
So it was for business reasons?
It was for my personal business.
Right. Non-Denel business reasons?
No, not Denel.
Yes.
And may I add this, Chairperson? I have a family, a brother direct after me, who lives in that country for probably 10 years now or more.
Your own brother?
My own brother,
Right.
who comes after me.
Yes.
And we have been talking about a lot of things. And this trip was undertaken in pursuit of some of the things that I've been talking to.
Sorry, in pursuit of?
This trip has been undertaken in pursuit of a lot of opportunities that myself and my younger brother have been talking about.
Business opportunities?
Yes, business opportunities.
I see. So those were business opportunities that you and your younger brother were pursuing. Did those business opportunities also involve Mr. Duduzani Zuma?
Not at all.
Not at
Not
all.
at all.
So why is it that West Dawn were invoicing, why is it that the travel agents were invoicing West Dawn Investments for tickets that were bought for, firstly, Mr. Duduzani Zuma, secondly, his wife, and thirdly, yourself?
I think I explained myself, Chairperson. I used Mr. Ashitra to arrange the trip.
Mr.
And-
Chawla?
You
Yes.
used Mr. Ashu.
Ashu.
Uh,
And I,
Ashu Chawla.
yes, you know,
Yes, okay.
I've got difficulties to pronounce properly.
Yes.
Yes.
So I've used him to arrange this, and I've given the background before. why I used him. So, of course, when you engage a person to arrange this, I didn't know which account he was using to pay the traveling. But the arrangement between me and him, he arranged, and he tells me how much it is, and then I settle. So this was the arrangement here. He did indicate to me that Mr. Zuma would be undertaking the trip more or less the same time as I was.
Yeah.
So I knew that Mr. Zuma would be going to that place. I think we all know that Mr. Zuma is actually based in that part of the country.
Yes. And
I'm sorry, you said you did explain previously, I think, why you used Mr. Chawla.
Yes.
Is that right? Please refresh my memory because I can't
Yeah,
remember.
what I did say, Chairperson, was that the first engagement I had with him is when I traveled to India.
And you found?
When I traveled to India,
Oh, okay.
he was doing some sort of a side business or side show to try to facilitate this kind of arrangements. So, for convenience sake, so I used him here, and I used him in other things as well, as to arrange for the trip. That's why this happened.
now let's just, yes,
Sorry,
may I just take
Kennedy.
the witness through exactly that. If you're asking who was Mr. Chawla.
No, I just want to get this out of the way. He was not a travel agent. He was not owning a travel agency. Is that correct? Or did he? Mr. Chawla?
Well, owning a traveling agent in this sense,
No, I'm just, when you say you asked him to organize, as I understand, your traveling.
yes.
So I'm just trying to find out whether the reason you asked him may be connected with the fact that he had a travel agent anyway. So apart from other reasons, you
No.
wanted,
No, Chairperson. The first engagement was when I went to India, and he said, "Look, in future, if you have got this kind of things, contact me. I will arrange visa, whatever you need to save the convenience."
talking about if you were traveling.
If
on
I'm
business.
personally traveling, he would.
Or he
I
would
can ask him
arrange.
to arrange because of. I'm sure he was doing a lot of these things. For
Yeah.
a number of people.
Okay.
And he was able to secure whatever
Discounts or
discounts,
benefits. Okay.
for others.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chawla was in fact at that time the Chief Executive Officer of Sahara Computers, correct?
I'm not sure whether his position was chief executive, but what I'm sure of, he was working in one of the entities where the Gupta
Yes.
family.
And yeah, so his name has come up in this commission a number of times previously. Now, I'd just like to explore with you why you considered it appropriate to take up Mr. Chawla's suggestion that when you're doing travel trips overseas for your own personal business, either family recreation, holidays, or whatever, or family business like you were going to do with your younger brother, why would you use the CEO of a major company in the Gupta Empire to arrange your travel? If you couldn't do your own bookings online, or you couldn't get a secretary to do that, or somebody like that, wouldn't the obvious thing have been to go to a travel agent? Instead, you go to Mr. Chawla, who presumably is, and certainly my information is that he was at the time Group CEO of Sahara. In any event, he was a prominent businessman. Why would you be using him to make your own personal travel arrangements? Why not? Why didn't you go to a travel agent like Travel Excellence? We know he didn't do it himself. He didn't sit late at night on his computer going into Emirates' website and make the bookings. He used Travel Excellence.
Well, Chairperson, we are entitled to arrange our own affairs. And whatever information you have about Mr. Chawla, who he is, how he's implicated on other things. I'm not here to talk about that.
Okay.
But there was nothing wrong, and I don't see anything wrong for an individual like myself at the time when there was convenience, and I took the convenience.
I see.
So I'm not going to get into who he is or who he's described.
Very well.
It was convenient for me at the time to actually take the offer. He has done it before, and there was no reason for me to say I cannot deal with it. I don't have that.
Can I suggest a reason why it may have been considered inappropriate, not prudent, not sensible? And that is, you had recently been taken over as the chairperson of a major state entity, Denel, which, as we know, has done a great deal of business with Denel, or entered into a number of very lucrative contracts with Denel, particularly during the time that you were chairperson. Did you not at least feel, or with the benefit of hindsight, do you not feel now that perhaps it was a bit unfortunate? I take your point that at least in theory, people are allowed to run their lives as they see fit. But when you're occupying a very prominent and responsible position, such as the chairperson of the board of Denel, which is doing business or potentially going to do business on a massive scale, we're talking hundreds of millions of rands in terms of the contracts that were awarded to VR Laser. Did you not feel at least that you had to be showing to the world that you were at arm's length from the Guptas, rather than picking up the phone and chatting to one of their senior executives and saying, I'd like to go to Dubai, will you sort out the travel arrangements? Do you not understand, do you not appreciate now, at least with the benefit of hindsight, that the perception is not a fortunate one? It doesn't tell the nation out there good things if you, behind the scenes, are making private arrangements with Gupta executives.
Well, with respect, Chairperson, I think let me put the context correctly. VR Laser got the contract with Denel way before my board and myself were appointed as non-executive directors of Denel. Already they were in the so-called UFSTAR project, which I think evidence before you estimated how much they were going to get out of it.
Sorry, which project? The UFSTAR.
UFSTAR.
Sorry, thank
Yes.
you. I didn't hear you. Yes.
And I think there was another one, Platform Hall, whatever thing.
Platform Hulls, that's correct.
So those contracts were entered before we were even appointed. So the question that you're trying to say that, doesn't it dawn on me that asking such a person to arrange the thing while this person is linked with the Gupta's family, who were a shareholder of VR? That is what you're saying to me. Let me explain this to you. I have always known VR as Mr. Salim Issa's person.
Sorry, you have always known who?
I've always known VR as owned by Mr. Issa. At no stage until the due diligence on VRSA in preparation of the Denel Asia then revealed some, I think it was 15% or whatever, that Tony Gupta and Duduzane Zuma has. So I was surprised, and I remember I did ask Mr. Tony Gupta. I said, well, I didn't know you part of VR South Africa. Mr. Tony Gupta told me a story, and he said to me, look, we are not interested in the defense business. But what happened? Salim Issa borrowed money from them. And when he borrowed money from them, as he was struggling, Then there was an agreement to take some shareholding. And they said, look, we did not even want to talk to you about this because we don't want to interfere with what you do. So, just in short, I did not even know that they had some percentage in VRSA. I did not know until the due diligence revealed that. And I did ask the question, and I was given an explanation.
May I just ask, again, I'm speaking on behalf of the technicians who've asked me to pass this on. Quite often you keep moving your face away from the mic, and I see you also tapping something, I don't know if it's the desk or the book or whatever, if you can try
my
not
apology,
to
Chairperson. In my upbringing, I'm told when a person is talking to you, you must look at him to show respect. So I'm very sorry, Mr. Kennedy, but I feel when I turn my back on you and you're talking, it's disrespect.
Mr. Mantsha, I actually credited you with good manners earlier for doing that, and it's a natural human instinct as well.
Yeah.
But may I just suggest in your
Just keep
cultural
on trying.
terms... Sorry, yes. I just want to suggest the president here is not me, it is the chairperson of the inquiry who has to be addressed. But thank you for that. But in fact, yes, you're right that there were certain contracts between VR Laser and Denel before you took up the position of chairperson of the board. But there were also a number of major contracts that were awarded to VR Laser after you took up the chairpersonship, not so.
I do not have recollection or knowledge of those contracts. I see on the papers, before this commission, there were contracts between DLS and VR. And those contracts, they serve in the DLS board. They don't serve in the main board. So I was not even aware that there were those contracts until I see these documents. And I've read Mr. Stephanie Berger, the then CEO of Denel Line System, how he explained those contracts. I read various statements, how people who were involved explained those contracts. But none of those contracts served before the main board, which I was chairing.
But did you not give approval for one of those contracts where Mr. Mlambo, the head of procurement at the Denel group level, had refused to sign it off?
Well, with respect, Chairperson, I have never dealt with procurement people. My board has never dealt with procurement people. We have never dealt with any contract between VRSA to any entity of Denel. The only matter that we have dealt with VR related is VR Asia in partnership with Denel. That is the only VR matter which served before the board.
Now, during your trip to Dubai, on this occasion, we're talking about early October 2015, did you socialize with or have any meetings or encounters with Mr. Duzani Zuma and his wife?
Of course, yes. I did socialize with them.
I'm not suggesting it's necessarily wrong. I'm just asking about the fact. So, why were you socializing with them, if I may ask? Were you friends from before this?
Well, Mr. Duduzane Zuma is well known to me. It's somebody that I've known for quite some time. We were in the same place. Of course, we did socialize. I don't remember how many times, how many minutes we met, but we did socialize. Because I think we were even staying in the same place, if I may remember.
Was
I
that
did socialize with him.
I'm sorry to have interrupted. I beg your pardon. Sorry, are you finished?
He says at some stage they stayed in the same place.
Yes. I heard that. I interrupted him, and I just wanted to make sure he'd completed his sentence.
Okay.
No, I've completed.
You completed, thank you. And what was that same place? Was that a hotel or his private residence or somebody else's private residence, your brother's perhaps?
Well, look, I'm speaking under correction, but I was staying in a hotel. I think, I'm speaking under correction, that he was also staying in the same hotel. But I'm speaking under correction because it's quite a while ago.
he at least at a certain stage owned his own property, residential property in Dubai, not so?
Well, Chairperson, with respect, I don't know whether Mr. Duduzane Zuma owns a place in
You don't
Dubai
know.
or he doesn't.
Okay, thank you. If you don't know, you just simply have to say that. Thank you.
He has given evidence about property that he lives in Dubai. I'm saying Mr. Duduzane Zuma has given evidence before the commission about
Yes.
a property in which he lives in Dubai.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to. But the witnesses understand it. You don't have personal knowledge of that yourself.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, did you say that your arrangement with Mr. Chawla was that he would do the arrangements, make the arrangements, and then presumably send you the travel tickets and so forth? Is that right?
Yeah, he would do the arrangement
Yes.
and tells me how much it's going to cost, and then I settle.
So would he contact you each time to say, I can get you a flight on the 6th as you want, and the cost is going to be X number of rands? Is that okay? Can I go ahead? How did he do it?
No, of course, I would speak to him, and he would go around, and he would come back to me with some arrangement, and if we agree, and then we pursue the arrangement.
Okay. Now, I see that your travel tickets, the airfare was 28,860 Rand with airport taxes of just over 4,000 Rand, which then gave, just for your air ticket, presumably return, 33,280 Rand. And I'm going to leave out of account for a moment the visas and the ticketing fee because it's not clear exactly which are the two individuals, whether you're one of them. Let's simply look at the airfare. So he would have got confirmation from you that he could proceed to make those bookings.
Yes, of course.
Did he make those inquiries of you, or did he get the travel agents to do so?
The inquiries about cost and everything.
Yes.
Now, remember, I had asked him, that was his responsibility.
Right. You see, what I find interesting, and I'd like to give you a chance to comment on it, is that when the arrangements were made and an invoice was made out, it was made out by the travel agents, not to you, not to Mr. Duduzane Zuma either. It was made out to West Dawn Investments. Why were you not invoiced? It was going to be your travel. It was your personal business with your brother. You were not going on a business trip with Mr. Duduzane Zuma, correct?
Well, I think the logic is very simple. The invoice is directed to the party that Mr. Chawe indicated to whoever was arranging. Please, these are the details. And that is something not within my knowledge. Whoever he was asking where the invoice should go, that was his own arrangement.
But isn't it surely, again, with the benefit of hindsight, now that you know that the Gupta Empire and their dealings have become matters of huge public and media interest and controversy, and have been the subject of many days of very lengthy evidence before the learned chairperson in this commission. With the benefit of hindsight, do you not appreciate that it may be regarded by the public when they see evidence like this, that you were traveling at about the same time as Mr. Duduzane Zuma and his wife, to the same city. You've now said you were staying in the same place. You think it was a hotel where you stayed with him. And the arrangements were not only made by Mr. Chawla, CEO of Sahara, which was part, well, you may not be sure about that, but he was an executive of the Gupta Empire. And that not only the arrangements, but actually the invoicing and payment has been done by West Dawn Investments. Do you not understand that it isn't exactly compatible, I would suggest, with your being the chairperson of a state-owned entity, which is doing business with their group? It hardly gives one the feeling or reassurance that you're acting at arm's length from the Guptas and their business interests. May have been convenient to you. Let's accept that for a moment. My problem is not convenience to you. It's perceptions. Gives the perception that you're buddies with the Guptas and their empire.
Well, look, with respect, Mr. Kennedy, it of course depends where you stand.
Yes.
It depends where you stand. And where I stood then, at the time of arrangement, there was nothing sinister to make this arrangement. I think I've explained what I knew at the time and what I didn't know at the time. Where we sit today, there are many allegations against this family and the associated business.
Yes.
I'm certainly not here to talk about the merits or dismerits of those.
Absolutely.
All I can say is this arrangement was made and there was nothing wrong. That says to me, in my private capacity, as a non-executive chairperson of Denel by then, with the knowledge that I knew, with the knowledge I had, there was nothing wrong to do this.
I'm asking you with the knowledge you have now.
And whether the perception, I think, again, when you're in a decision of authority, and when you're in a position of authority, and when you are in a position where you have to decide certain matters before you, yes, you can consider perceptions, but you don't necessarily have to make a decision on perception. As I'm saying to you, what perception would these mean? That, as you said, I'm not acting in arm's length with these people.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying to you is, as far as I sit here, that perception where I stood and where I am, it has to be based on certain facts and certain knowledge.
Yeah.
I did not have the facts to base that perception. I did not have the knowledge to base that.
But you have the facts and knowledge now. Let's assume in your favor that at that time you were not aware that the Guptas and Salim Essa were actively involved in a company called VR Laser in doing business with Denel. Let's assume that that's right. But that's what you knew at the time. You didn't know at the time on your version. Now you do know. That's why I'm asking for you with your current knowledge, not just simply your knowledge at the time. So I can fully understand if you said to us, yes, at the time I had no reason to feel that this might be regarded inappropriately. But with the benefit of hindsight, now that what has come out is that VR Laser actually was very much involved in doing business with Denel, not just before, but very much after as well. And there have been huge allegations before the learned Deputy Chief Justice in the Commission that their procurement regulations and so forth were flouted, and where procurement officials left in despair that their advice to try and keep the Denel procurement process legal. All of that has led to a number of controversial aspects. Do you not feel, say, well, at the time I think it was fine, based on my knowledge then, but with the knowledge I now have, I do accept that it could be perceived by reasonable people as having a disturbing connotation. You know the expression that justice must be done, it must be seen to be done. Well, independence, objectivity, the lack of bias by a chairperson of an inquiry mustn't only be done, but also be seen to be done. And that's why, surely, as a chairperson of a major corporation, you should be keeping it absolutely at arm's length. Do you not agree with that?
Well, absolutely, I don't agree from the premise you move.
Yes.
Because I see contradiction in what you were asking me earlier and what you're saying me now. What you're saying to me now is then, as the former chair, this VR which I knew it was owned by Mr. Salim Issa, was irregularly appointed into Denel in various contracts, before and after I was appointed. I've answered you. I said, as far as after my appointment, the contract with DLS, the only time I saw that, it was when I received the papers of the commission. And the contract with the Webster contract and the whole platform contract, those contracts were made before my appointment. And I think I've indicated earlier, Chair, that in terms of the transformation imperative, and Denel being a defense company, where in that space, we were of course told that there was no company, a black-owned company, that is getting business from Denel on the core business. Therefore, the VR Laser SA, which was, by the way, owned before Mr. Issa, was owned by some white people. And then Mr. Issa bought this company from these white people. When he bought this company, the company, of course, became a black-owned company. When the company became a black-owned company, we were told, of course, in terms of what Denel was expected to do to transform the defense industry in the country, that VR helps Denel to achieve that. So it has been a plus from the information we receive that the relationship between Denel and VR was founded on the basis that VR is black-owned, VR does supply Denel on the main business because they were building some vehicle, whatever. So that was the case for VR.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Mantsha. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're asking a different question that you would like me to ask, perhaps. And that is, was it a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser? And you're suggesting that, well, because of black economic empowerment objectives, which obviously are not just good objectives, but in fact part of government policy and legislation, all of that is telling us what you've already told us a number of times, which is that it was important that Denel should transform and give business to black people within the economy, not just simply white people. All of that you've said a number of times, and that obviously does answer the question, was it a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser? That's simply not the question. The question was simply this: when the company was doing business with VR Laser, which is connected to the Guptas and Mr. Dudazani Zuma and Mr. Salim Issa, who was very much of the Gupta Empire, was it not perhaps inappropriate for you to be taking the assistance of Mr. Chawla of the Gupta corporate structures? Because that could give rise to in your view, wrong perceptions. Mr. Saluji, of course, has said you were basically far too closely aligned with the Gupta interests and you interfered, and that's why you got rid of him. Now, I'm not expecting you to admit that he's being truthful there, but the chairperson has had that evidence. With respect, the chairperson will probably want to consider whether there's any substance in Mr. Saluji's evidence. And this is your chance to show why there is no substance. And I just want to invite you again to focus your answer on the specific, simple question.
Yeah. Look, Chairperson, I'm focusing my answer. When I started to answer, I said I disagree with the premises upon which you based the assumption of perception. And I then went further to say, what you're telling me is contradiction from what you were asking me before. Because I I would expect the Commission to probe certain things without contradicting itself.
Mr. Mantsha, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but may I just ask you to exert a little discipline on your own evidence? With respect, you are here to give evidence, not to criticize the Commission or its evidence leader in how we may or may not arguably have been contradicting. With respect, we're not at a stage of legal argument here. And perhaps you must just forget for a moment that you are an attorney, and maybe your instinct may be, as many lawyers is, to try and find contradictions and so forth. All I'm asking you for is a simple answer to the simple question, not to be criticizing how I have put the question. If you wouldn't mind.
Without offending you, Mr. Kennedy,
just hang on, Mr. Mantsha. Just repeat your question, Mr. Kennedy. Just want to follow the answer.
Yes.
Just repeat the question.
Leave aside the issue of whether it was a good idea for Denel to do business with VR Laser. The fact was that it was doing and continued to do major business with VR Laser. Would it not have been better, with the benefit of hindsight, to not accept the assistance of Mr. Chawla of the Guptas in relation to your personal dealings? Because otherwise it could give rise to the reasonable impression of people out there that you were not at arm's length, that there was a cozy relationship between you and the Guptas and their associates. That's the question.
I disagree with that, Chairperson. I repeat, my answer is no. Mr. Chawla was an employee, yes, I agree. But whether, you see, a perception, Chairperson, depends where you stand. And I'm not here to try to talk about what someone should have perceived. I'm just here to explain the basis of my arrangement and my knowledge, and the basis upon which Mr. Kennedy says perception can be formed here, that there's a cozy relationship. Well, I disagree with it. I mean, my arrangement with Mr. Chawla does not mean any cozy relationship with the Gupta family. Here I am as a chairperson of Denel. Denel was already at that time given, I think, over 200 million contract to VR Laser. So what I've done with Mr. Chawla had nothing to do with either VR or anything else.
Well,
Mr. Chawla, sorry, Chairperson. Mr. Chawla was doing this in his personal capacity, not as an employee of the Gupta company.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Mr. Kennedy has put the proposition that at that time, that Denel was continuing to do business with entities associated with the Gupta family. Do you accept that?
Well, I think, let us be specific, was doing business with VR Laser.
VR Laser,
yes.
Yeah, at least that one. Are you saying you, as you sit there, see nothing wrong with the chairperson of the board of an SOE, which is doing business with a certain entity, having what Mr. Kennedy calls a cozy relationship with, let us say, somebody closely associated with that entity? Let's start just there. Then we are just testing the general proposition. As if somebody said to you, let us say now you are being interviewed for a position to take the position of chairperson of one of the SOEs. Now you are asked, is it proper for the chairperson of a board of an SOE to have a cozy relationship with somebody closely associated with an entity that is doing business with the SOE, would your answer be there's nothing wrong with that, or would your answer be there is something wrong with that?
Well, my answer will be there is nothing wrong, because that person that we're talking about, I'm specific on my matter.
General.
I'm not talking in general terms. I'm specific on my matter. He's not a shareholder of the company. He's not the company himself. He does that in his own personal capacity. So if we then sit and say, if you relate with somebody in his personal capacity who works for XYZ, you might be perceived to be having a cozy relationship. Yes, I understand somebody can come with that perception. But another person might say, well, what is the basis of that perception? I don't agree with the perception. So what I'm saying, as I answer now, I don't see anything wrong with that arrangement because it had no bearing with my work. It had no bearing with Mr. Chawe's work.
At this stage, I'm not talking about the specific situation you were involved in. I'm just testing a general proposition because as a director of a board and as chairperson of a board, it would be important to understand what you understand as acceptable relationships for board members to be involved in, as well as for management, CEOs of your company. So, are you saying if you were the chairperson of the board of Denel today, and VR Laser continued to do business with Denel, you would see nothing wrong with you having a cozy relationship, even if in your personal capacity, with somebody closely associated with VR Laser.
Well, for correction point, Chairperson, I never had cozy relationship with Mr.
Yes, but you talk about your case. I'm talking about the general.
Well, I think...
Let's not say you. Let us say Mr. X. Let us say Mr. X.
Chairperson, I appreciate that intimation from the chairperson. But again, Chairperson, I'm talking to a chairperson who comes from a background that its case depends on its own merits. So it's one thing for me here to sit and talk in general terms. I think, Chairperson, I would refrain from talking in general terms. I would only speak to explain what I knew at the time, what were my reasons at the time, and how I conducted my affairs in certain areas. But in general terms, Chairperson, I wouldn't want to sit here and say, because when we get into the area of perception, there are so many perceptions about everything that we do.
But you see, Mr. Mantsha, talking in general terms has an important place because it enables me to know what values you subscribe to. If, for example, I'm looking for the chairperson of an SOE board, I must be looking for somebody who has certain values. And those values you start testing by in general. Then you can, when you have a specific situation, you test that specific situation against the general values to say, well, if somebody subscribes to these values, then they won't do A, B, C, D when such a situation arises because they believe in these values. So that's why I'm putting the general, because when you put the general, that's when it's going to be easy to say, okay, let's go to a specific situation. You might say, in terms of the general, you might say the one I put to you. As long as I am acting in my personal capacity with somebody closely related to or associated via laser, I see nothing wrong. But if I'm acting in my capacity as chairperson of Denel, and Denel is having business dealings with via laser, I can see a problem. Or you might say, well, whether I'm acting in my personal capacity or in my capacity as chairman of Denel, it's problematic to have that cozy relationship with that person.
I really appreciate that question, Chairperson. And of course, my values are, you cannot place yourself as a non-executive director in a position of conflict. I subscribe to those values. And I subscribe to the values that exercise your fiduciary responsibility in a transparent and for the interest of the company that you serve. Those are the values that I subscribe. And that is, in general terms, what I subscribe to and what I conducted my affairs as the chairperson at the time, not place myself in a conflict situation where I had to decide about certain transactions with the people that I have, one way or the other, an association. That I subscribe.
Mr. Kennedy, do you want to take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to just take the witness, if I may, to a couple more page references.
Yeah.
If I can ask you, please, to turn to page 434. That is the 434. That's the actual travel itinerary from Travel Excellence. It seems for the same trip. Specific to you, is that right?
434.
434, yes, Mr. Mantsha.
Just bear with me, Chairperson.
Yes, if you can find 434, that's all I'm asking you.
Yes, I do have 434.
So that's the travel itinerary for your own trip, correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
And now 449.
449.
That's an email from Mr. Chawla to Halima Alana at Travel Excellence. You see that?
449.
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
And it's headed under the subject, Mr. Mantsha's passport. And then he says, please apply Dubai visa. And then we see attached, it seems that what may have been attached to that was your passport copy on the previous page. That's right.
It appears so, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go to 453. There's an email from Travel Excellence, the travel agents, to Mr. Chawla. In fact, we see his email address is ashu@sahara.co.za. And the attachments refers to your name. And then it says, Dear Ashu, please see attached tickets. So all of this seems to have been part of the transaction relating to that particular trip. Correct?
It appears so.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said your arrangement with Mr. Chawla was that he would make the arrangements, he would do so in his personal capacity, and then you would pay him back.
Yes.
Is that right? Why then is the invoice not in his name, Mr. Chawla's name? Why was it in the name of West Dawn Investments?
Well, I think that is for Mr. Chawe to explain.
Yes, obviously, I mean, what do you know why?
Of course, I don't know why.
You don't know why. Okay.
Sorry, can I explain this?
Yes, sure.
When you ask a traveling agent or somebody to arrange the travel, you of course don't know from the pre-existing or the pre-arrangement traveling. You don't know from which account they will pay the people they are dealing with. So I don't know, Mr. Chawe can explain that.
Okay. Did you actually pay back the
I did pay
28,000
I did pay him.
Did you pay him?
Yes.
Okay, because it was invoiced not to him but to West Dawn. Did you pay back West Dawn or did you pay back Mr. Chawla?
I would assume that he wouldn't use the money that was not his and not pay. So I would assume when he received the money, he paid whoever he was supposed to pay.
Do you recall how you paid him back? Was it in cash or an EFT or what did you do?
I paid him in cash.
In cash?
Yes.
28,000 Rand in cash that you had lying around?
I'm not sure exactly whether it was 28 as that, but I think there was some little bit, maybe just a little bit over that.
Yes, that's right. We've seen it. I'm rounding it off for convenience. I don't want to have to repeat the full.
Was any invoice
right down
sent
the
to
last
you?
rand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Was any invoice sent to you, and if so, by whom? Weston or Mr. Chawla?
No invoice was sent to me. He would then say to me, this is the cost, and then I would settle him. So that was the arrangement.
He would tell you over the phone or something, or you could be meeting or something.
We would sometime talk face to face. I don't know in this instance.
Yes.
How did we communicate it? It could have been face to face.
Yeah.
So I don't have recollection.
Okay, but what you confirm is that you never received any invoice.
No. It was all verbal from him. This is how much it cost, and then I would give him the money.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
So because it was in cash, if I asked you to produce proof that you made payment, for example, a bank statement for an EFT or whatever, you couldn't come up with that, presumably.
Well, Chairperson, I don't understand what the question is supposed to mean.
I'm sorry, just answer the question rather than puzzle over what it's supposed to mean, unless you say it is not clear, in which case I'm quite happy to explain what I think was a very clear question, but I'm happy to repeat it if you want.
The question is, do you have proof that you paid him?
Well, I have the proof that I've paid him. As I'm telling to you, I've paid him. And if you're then asking me how I paid, I told you that I've paid him in cash.
Yes.
If you then ask me, produce where you got that cash. I mean, we do business, we do receive cash. And so at any given time, then there's a cash that I have. And I use that.
You didn't make him sign any receipt of that money.
Well, Chairperson, these are personal arrangements.
No.
And this is not anybody to crook you.
Yeah.
So, when we act as ordinary people out there, if I come to you as a friend and say, look, I'm short with 5,000 to pay the school fees. You said, my friend, here's 5,000 Rand. You're not going to get me to sign a loan agreement and that I will pay you at the end of the month when I get paid. That is not how, loosely we relate to one another.
Mr. Kennedy?
But in this type of situation, it didn't just involve Mr. Chawla. It also involved West Dawn. So what would have happened if West Dawn's accountants or auditors had come to you and said, we see that our company, West Dawn, has paid 28,000 odd for a business ticket for you to Dubai and back. And we've been told within West Dawn that it has nothing to do with West Dawn business. It's just a private arrangement between Mr. Chawla and you. Can you pay back? You wouldn't have anything to show him, not the auditor.
Well, of course, I would have relied on the bona fide of Mr. Chawla.
Mr. Chawla.
Yes.
And if he was run over by a bus or emigrated, you would have nothing to prove. That's my simple point.
Well, all I'm trying to say to you, with the example that I've given to you,
Yeah.
I borrow money for school fees from you. I get run by the bus. no agreement.
I understand your
So, of course, it's your loss.
I understand your logic.
Yes.
May I now look at another travel arrangement that appears to have been made by Mr. Chawla on your behalf? Can I take you, please, to page 429? Do you have that?
I do.
Now, on this page 429 and the next few pages, there are a number of emails that relate to a flight that was being arranged on the air service called Freedom Air Services. Now, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a private charter company that provides chartered planes to those who can afford it. Is that your understanding too?
Yes.
Right. And it appears from this, if we look, for example, halfway down on page 429, it's an email from Ashu. Now, Ashu, we know, is the first name of Mr. Chawla, and his email address we see at the top is ashu@sahara.co.za. So halfway down, do you see it says, thanks, Ashu, and then it says, from Ashu, sent 05 August 2015. You see that?
I can see it.
And it's addressed to Freedom Ops. Subject, updated passenger list for owner.
Yes.
Here, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, Nitin G. Here is the final passenger list arriving tomorrow with ZSOAK, which presumably is a flight number, or rather a plane registration number. Mrs. Anguri Gupta, Mr. Rajesh Gupta. Now, I understand Mr. Rajesh Gupta is known generally as Mr. Tony Gupta, is that right?
Correct.
And together with him, Mrs. Arti Gupta, Mr. Sashank Singala. Now, there's been evidence that Singala is actually part of the wider Gupta family. Do you confirm that, or don't you know?
What?
The Singalas are part of the Gupta family.
Yeah, I think the person you're referring to is the son of one of the Gupta brothers. Yeah.
And then there's another person also with the surname Singala. So it's Mr. Amankant Singala. And then also Mr. Salim Essa. And then also yourself, Mr. Lugisani Daniel Mantsha. And then also Mr. Gijsbert van der Berg. So do you recall actually going on a plane trip operated by a private charter company?
Yes.
Organized by the Guptas?
Yes.
And with the Guptas?
Yes.
And arranged by Mr. Chawla, the very same Chawla we've just been dealing with. Right. And that was where to?
This was to India.
To India.
Yes.
Right. And what was this business? What was this trip for? Personal or business?
Personal trip.
Personal trip. And is it correct that they paid for your ticket?
Chairperson, this was a lift that I got from them because this was, in my understanding, their flight.
Their flight?
Yes.
When you say you mean their flight, do you mean that they owned the plane or that they organized this flight on a plane that they chartered?
My understanding is they owned this flight.
I see. And so why were you getting a lift from them? It's not that common that one picks up a lift from somebody with a chartered jet to take one to India. Why were you favored by this arrangement?
Well, firstly, as I said, this was not a chartered jet. This was, according to my knowledge, a plane they owned. And in the course of interaction, as I said, I've interacted with them. I expressed the desire to visit this part of the world just to explore for myself. And then they said to me, look, we will be going there sometime, and we can give you a lift. So, of course, I was fine with that. And I think if you just look at the documents, I think the visas was made sometime, so the trip kept on, I think, being postponed for one reason or the other. But this was the flight they owned, and the background of it, We had discussions. Sometime I expressed interest to visit this place for my own. And there was a lift, which they said, when we go there, we will invite you. And the opportunity came, and I took it.
When you say it was a lift, my understanding of a lift is that you don't pay, it's free. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
This was a lift. The arrangement was that, look, when we travel that side, we will let you know and give you a lift.
Okay.
And indeed, when they traveled that side, they indicated to me, we're traveling that side, the lift is here. So I took the lift, and then I went.
Do you have a recollection of how long before that trip you might have indicated them you had a desire to go to that part of the world?
I think...
Was it 2015? Was it earlier?
No, I think it's as early as 2014.
Or as early as 2014?
Yeah, as early as 2014.
Okay. Yeah. Before or after you became chairperson of the board?
Before I became a chairperson of the board.
Yes. I might have forgotten something you might have told me previously. How long had you known the Guptas or Mr. Salim Essa prior to being part of the board of Denel?
I've known them as from 2014. I mean, we have direct contact.
Okay.
Yes.
Early part of 2014?
It should have been around May, June.
Around May, June 2014?
Yeah, somewhere there.
Okay. And who in particular were you dealing with at that time that you had met or had contact with in the Gupta family? Or
at that time, the person who was mainly involved in the media business was Mr. Tony Cook.
Yeah.
And of course, my interaction started with him being a stakeholder in the portfolio where I was assisting a minister.
And Ms. Faith
interacted with the issues relating to, the media landscape.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And when you went to that, on that trip to India, thanks to the free lift that you got from the Guptas in their privately owned plane, did you in fact travel around as a tourist in India?
Yes. When I got there, I moved around to see. I visited a lot of places, around the cities where I was.
Yeah.
I was in Mumbai.
I don't think we need all the details. I'm just asking generically.
I visited the place.
And were you taken around by the Guptas to show you the tourist spots, or did you go without them?
No, I went on my own.
On your own?
Yes.
You see, it's significant that it seems that on this passenger list there's a whole large number of Guptas and Singalas, all part of the overall Gupta family. And then somebody called Mr. Mantsha, and you don't have family with you. Was it your habit to travel on your own as a person completely on his own, traveling in a foreign country?
I think at one of the occasions, I think probably we were in Delhi. I think two of their youngsters, I think, accompanied me to some place.
Two of the Gupta youngsters.
Yeah, just trying to give me a lead, because it's quite a very congested place. It's very highly, densely populated. So I think on one occasion, yes, they walk around with me, but more often you get your own movement. I move with mine.
I see. And did you declare to Denel, because by this stage, of course, you were recently you'd recently assumed office as the chairperson of Denel. Did you disclose to Denel as a benefit the fact that you'd received a free flight from the Guptas?
Well, firstly, it depends where you sit. I did not...
Sorry, who sits? I'm asking you. Yes. You sat as the chairperson of Denel.
Well, I'm saying this was a personal trip.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mantsha. Really, I don't want to go into another day of evidence here.
Yes.
We really need to try and focus on the question. Simply, I didn't ask you where you sat or where anybody sat. I said, you by this stage had recently taken up office as chairperson of Denel. Did you declare it as a benefit? The answer would be either yes, I did, or no, I didn't.
No, of
and then you
course I
can
didn't.
expect, sorry, please let me finish. And then if you say no, one can expect, although you shouldn't as a witness be trying to anticipate everything, but you can know. What I would then ask is, why not? Didn't you think it appropriate? And you might say, well, no, I didn't think it appropriate, that's why I didn't, and this is the reason.
Well, to start with, this was something undertaken in my private capacity as a non-executive.
Did you
chairman.
declare it, Mr. Mantsha?
Of course I didn't. There was
You
no
don't have to
reason
say,
for me
of
to
course,
declare.
I don't know. That's
I'm
why I'm
sorry,
asking.
I'm sorry. He did say earlier on, but I think the two of you were talking at the same
Yeah.
time. He did not declare it, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He
said?
did say earlier on,
Yes.
but I think at that time you
Yeah.
might not have heard him because the two of you were talking
Yeah.
at the same time. He did say he did not declare it.
He did not declare it.
Yeah.
Then I missed it, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'm just trying to keep answers a little shorter if you wouldn't mind. You'll be aware that the chairperson is under huge pressure to finish the huge work of this commission. And we really can't have yet another day of having to hear your evidence. So you didn't. Now, in a sentence or two, please try and keep your answers brief. Why did you feel that you didn't need to? You started by saying, and then I interrupted you, started by saying, because this was a personal thing. Just please finish the answer.
Yeah, but Chairperson, can I also say this? I understand the agency of the commission to finish work. I also don't want to keep on coming.
Good.
But at the same time, I think I must be given an opportunity to explain what I think is appropriate as I'm giving the answers. It's up to you to decide otherwise. But
Yes,
what I'm saying
maybe I could say this. What does help, Mr. Mantsha, is when a question requires a yes or no, is to start by saying yes. Or if you say no, you say no, even if you might have an explanation. Because when you start with an explanation before you can say yes or no, it does create a problem. But preferably, if you can just say yes, if it's yes. If you would like to explain, you can say, I would like to explain.
Chairperson, what I'm explaining here is I did not declare because I did not see any conflict or possible conflict of interest. I did not declare. And my understanding is you declare where there is conflict of interest.
Well, we could debate that, the legality and the business ethics and so forth. I'm not proposing to do that this afternoon. We're here just to deal with facts. The next page I'd like you to go to, please, sorry, Chair, is page 478.
We have an indication somewhere, Mr. Kennedy, or are you going to deal with at some stage what the monetary value of that lift was?
I haven't dealt with that, but perhaps I should do that
Yeah, okay.
on your guidance. Mr. Mantsha, it would cost, if you hadn't taken that lift on the privately owned jet of the Gupta family, how much would you have had to have paid if you'd paid like the rest of us, a normal airfare with a normal commercial airline?
I don't know.
Well, we know that your ticket to Dubai, which is very roughly the same sort of distance from South Africa to Dubai as is to India, we know that cost about 28,000. Would you agree it would be that in that sort of ballpark? Not precisely.
Chairperson, I won't speculate. I don't know.
Okay.
Can I take you now, please, to page 478? This again is a series of emails in which Mr. Chawla is an active participant. And this refers, as I understand it, to a reservation at the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai. If you see the subject, about 5 lines from the top. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The date of that email was the 2nd of January 2016, And this appears to be, if one looks at the text, I'm not going to read it all out, but it seems to be an email from or between Mr. Chawla and the hotel in question to confirm a booking for you to stay at the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai. Do you recall, did you have a trip to Dubai in January 2016? And did you stay at the Oberoi Hotel?
I think I did, yes.
You think you did?
Yeah.
And it refers to, at the foot of the page, in fact, the bottom email, there are a whole lot of different lines which don't always make sense. They're sort of electronic jargon, as it were. But there's an email about 3/4 of the way down that says, "Dear Mr. Mantsha, thank you for choosing the Oberoi Dubai. We are pleased to confirm your reservation and look forward to welcome you to the Oberoi Dubai. From room reservations," and at the foot of the page, it gives arrival date Sunday the 3rd of January 2016. Transfer, please advise, and then departure date the 6th of January. So it was a 3 or 4 day trip that you took to Dubai, or at least stayed at the Oberoi Hotel during a trip to Dubai. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And again, these arrangements were made by Mr. Chawla on your behalf. Is that
Correct.
As a personal favor to you.
No, not as a
Not.
personal favor. I paid for the arrangement.
You paid for this.
Yes.
But I mean, the actual making of arrangements was done as a personal favor to you.
No, it was not
Not.
a personal favor.
So why did Mr. Chawla do it at all? He wasn't doing it in his capacity, you told us earlier, making arrangements for you as an executive in the Gupta family business empire.
I think, to repeat myself, Chairperson, I said he was running a side show, a side business for himself.
Sideshow.
Yes.
Even though travel excellence
So it's not
wasn't
like
his own.
it's not like he was doing favor to me. He was not only arranging these things only for me.
Did you not only reimburse him but also reward him for his troubles? In other words, I'll pay you back the 20-odd thousand or whatever it might be, and I'll put in an extra 5,000 to pay you for your trouble.
Well, there was a smaller extra fee
I
to
see.
him. Yes,
I see. And so you paid for this.
I paid for this.
And how did you reimbursed him
I reimbursed him.
personally?
Personally, yes.
Why did he pay the hotel for you to reimburse? Why didn't he just make the arrangements, and when you get to the hotel, or before you get to the hotel, like the rest of us in normal bookings, we pay. We are the traveller. We are the person who's going to reside in the hotel. We pay the hotel either before or at the end of the stay. Why did you have to pay Mr. Chawla to do that?
Because he was making arrangement,
Yes.
as good as your traveling agency do all the arrangement and pay whatever has to be paid for you, and they give you the invoice and you pay them.
I see. And
Did you pay cash?
I
you
paid
pay
cash,
cash again? Yes, okay.
and so presumably you can't prove that you paid him back.
Well, I don't understand when you said proof. I can prove I paid him.
Well, with your oral testimony, I understand you're giving evidence, but is there any other evidence that you can put forward to show that the chairperson can place trust in your word?
Except that he can confirm that.
He could confirm that. Of course, he is overseas. We know that Parliament tried to have him give evidence that he seems to have been overseas for some considerable time. So the suggestion that you make, thank you very much for the suggestion. We have thought about that, but of course, we would love to have the evidence of Mr. Chawla. And if he's watching this online, please, Mr. Chawla, you know where to contact us. We would love to hear your evidence, inter alia, on whether you received reimbursement. And then we see on the following pages 4, 8, 2 and 3 further emails. It appears that Mr. Chawla actually organized for a vehicle, a chauffeured vehicle to pick you up at the airport to take you to this hotel in Dubai. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall that? And did he pay for the travel costs of that as well, and you reimbursed him?
I did.
Also in cash?
Yes.
What these documents show is very detailed emails going back and forth about all of these arrangements. Nowhere in these emails have I found any reference to the amount that you were expected to reimburse Mr. Chawla, how you would do it, when you would do it, and whether you did it, and if so, any details.
Can I answer that, Mr.
Yes, so I'm putting it to you.
Well, firstly, I don't know where these emails come from. I have explained how I transacted with him, how we dealt with one another. So I'm sure as the commission, you know where these emails are coming from. I don't know where these emails are coming from. And of course, I can only confirm what I've done. I cannot get beyond what I have done.
I appreciate that fully.
Yes. So for you to put it to me that you can't find an email that confirm what I'm saying, as if I know where these emails are coming from. I don't know.
Don't worry about the as
I'm
if
saying to
in
you,
my mind.
I'm saying to you, Mr. Chawla can confirm what I'm talking about.
I see. Do you have any emails of your own? I mean, you must have access to your own emails and or phone messages. You presumably have your phone here. Is there no evidence that you can come up with, either right now or else perhaps after this hearing is over? At least send it to us as a legal team and say, here we are, Chairperson, I have actually got an SMS or a WhatsApp message or an email or whatever to say, thank you for seeing me, Mr. Abu. Yesterday, I confirm you told me I owe you 28,000 odd for this air ticket. Would it suit you for me to come around to your house on Sunday morning because I've got a whole lot of cash that I want to hand over?
But
can you find anything like that?
Mr. Kennedy, we can't sit and assume.
Now, I'm asking, do you have anything like that?
Of course, I was dealing with this person more often face to face.
Yeah.
I would talk to him.
Yeah.
When I pay him, I would be paying him in person.
Understand.
So,
the answer is you don't have.
No, but again, Chairperson, without being accused of trying to delay, if a person then assumes that for certain things to be proved, there should be an email, there should be a telephone call. I gave an example of what we do every day with people that we know. I come to you, I borrow money.
No, I understand that, and I'm sure he understands it.
Yes.
He understands that, but you might just have something, and that's why you was asking, do you have anything? So the answer is no, you don't have.
We were not dealing like that.
Yeah. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. May I now move on to another transaction, still in the same bundle, page 428.
Did you say 428?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
You have 428. It's a municipal account issued by the City of Johannesburg municipality. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that's an invoice in your name. Is that correct? LD Mantsha, PO Box 1127 Randburg. That's your name and postal address at the time.
Correct.
And it relates, it seems, if we look at the right-hand portion near the top, it refers to an address in, I'm afraid my eyes are too bad to read it. I think is it Main Street in Bordeaux?
Yes, correct.
And there's, and this seems to be a municipal account. It says previous account, etc., interest on arrears, etc. And it comes to 14,000 odd rand, 14,238, I think it is. Now, did you own at that time, or do you still own the property in Main Street in Bordeaux?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
And you did it this time? And was this an invoice issued by the municipality for your personal account for amounts owing in respect of that property?
I think without anticipating your question,
Yes.
These proof of residence
Sorry, the proof of residence.
was supplied for the purposes of applying a visa. So it was given
Applying for a visa. I see. Thank you. You have anticipated my question. I just want to take you to the previous page, 427. There's an email from Yvonne And her email address at the top is info@Lugisani Mantsha attorney.co.za. That's your professional firm's name, not so?
Correct.
Was she a legal professional, or was she a PA? What position did she hold?
She's a PA.
PA. And that then was sent, it says municipal account as the attachment. Please find the attached document for your urgent attention. So you're saying that that was sent on your behalf by your PA to, we see it's actually going to Ashu, that's Mr. Chawla, for purposes of obtaining a visa.
Correct.
Not for payment of the municipal.
No, not at all.
I see. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to get to my next topic.
Okay.
Now, I just want to deal briefly, Mr. Mantsha, if I may, with the meeting that took place at the Saxonwold residence of Mr. Tony Gupta, that Mr. Saluji gave evidence on in some detail. And Mr. Saluji has told the Commission that he had an impression. Of course, impression doesn't mean necessarily facts, but his impression was that Mr. Gupta was unhappy about his perceived resistance. That's Mr. Saluji's perceived resistance, in particular relating to the Asia joint venture. You were present at the meeting in Saxonwold, is that right?
I was present, Chairperson.
Yeah. What was your impression? Do you have any comment on Mr. Saluji's impression? Because Mr. Saluji has said his impression was, from what was said and the tone in which it was said, Mr. Tony Gupta was very unhappy about Mr. Saluji apparently resisting the efforts of the Guptas to pursue the Asia joint venture.
Well, Chairperson, with respect, it was not my impression for the following reason. That meeting was not discussing a VR-related issue. That meeting was discussing the agreement between Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa, whereby Mr. Saluji undertook to help Mr. Issa to acquire a company called LMT. LMT is a company which was, I don't know whether it's still owned 51% by Denel at the time, and 49% was owned by private shareholders. The agreement between the two, as I understood, was that Mr. Saluji would assist Mr. Issa by talking to the private shareholders of LMT to try to secure a sale of their shares to Mr. Issa. So that meeting was a follow-up to some long-standing discussion, as it appears to me, in that meeting. And it is the same Mr. Issa and Mr. Saluji who together assisted one another to get Mr. Issa to buy VR laser. What was discussed in that meeting? Of course, Mr. Issa saw LMT as a strategic acquisition for himself to be a serious player in the defense business. And he was asking Mr. Saluji, how far are you? What is the reaction of the private shareholders? Mr. Tony Gupta did not really say much in that meeting. So the people who were talking a lot in that meeting, it was Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa. I was then asked at the end, what is your view? So because at that point, I did not even know what LMT stood for, I was new. So I didn't want to embarrass myself. I then said, no, I have got no comment. And the meeting ended at that tone. So in short, I disagree that that meeting had anything to do with the Asia PR or anything like that. It had everything to do with LMT.
Right now, you've said that in your statement. If I can take you to it, please, in the same bundle, page 331.
What's the page number again?
331, Chair.
Okay.
You have it?
Indeed, Chairperson.
Now, in paragraph 7, your heading is add paragraph 97 to 99. That's a reference, as I understand it, to Mr. Saluji's initial statement.
Indeed.
That's right, because you were specifically asked by the investigators of this commission to comment on particular features of Mr. Saluji's affidavit, correct? You'll need to direct your... Are you asking for a comfort break?
Oh,
Mr.
you'd
Mantsha?
like a comfort break? Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, no, that's all right. We're going to take a break at 4, so let's take it now. 10 minutes, let's resume at 10 to 4.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I believe I was at page 331 of Bundle 8, and paragraph 7 is headed at paragraph 97 to 99, and you've confirmed, Mr. Mantsha, thank you for that this relates to Mr. Saluji's statement, his initial statement. Now, I just want for the record, to be fair to you, to just record that in a later statement that you gave, you made a slight correction of the detail, and we thank you for that. How your typed statement reads, subject to the amendment that I'll deal with in a moment, is I did not request to meet Mr. Saluji, and I did not direct him that the meeting would take place at the Gupta residence. My recollection of the event is that Mr. Essa convened the said meeting and he requested me to attend, etc. Now, in your later statement, you have changed this to say, I do not recall who requested this meeting. So thank you for that correction. Now, but you've confirmed, of course, now also that there was such a meeting at the Saxonwold residence of Mr. Gupta.
Correct.
Now, if we look, and here I'm going to ask you just to put to one side, the file that you're looking at now with your statement. Just put that aside for a moment, please. And now can I just take you to Mr. Saluji's statement that you're commenting on? It's in bundle W4A. And while that's being readied for the learned chair, can I just give you the page number? It's RS022. Sorry, Chair, I should have indicated to your registrar a moment ago that she should.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So here, of course, there's only one set of page numbers this time on the right-hand side. If you look at RS022, I'm just going to give you the digits, 22. And if we look at the foot of the page, it says paragraph 95. Have you got that?
Correct.
It says this is Mr. Saluji speaking. On 24th of July 2015, Brown, that's Ms. Lynn Brown, Lynn Brown, the then Minister of Public Enterprises, convened a meeting with the incoming board and presented her strategic intent statement, and then he attaches it. At this meeting, Brown also announced the new members of the Audit and Risk Committee, namely Ms. Mpho Khomogwe as chairperson, Mr. Msomi, Mr. Mahuma Pelu, and Ms. Nchaveni. Did you attend that meeting where the incoming board, including you as chairperson, attended?
Yes.
Right. And then he says, Mr. Saluji, paragraph 96, sometime in early September 2015, Mantsha, that's yourself, requested a briefing meeting with me in Johannesburg. Is that correct? That you were about to take office, or you had just taken office as chairperson, and you requested a meeting with Mr. Saluji for him as Group CEO to provide a briefing. Is that right?
Well, Chairperson, Mr. Saluji approached me,
I see.
I think on 2 or 3 occasions before I started the work. And we met, I think, at Park Hyatt, whatever the case was.
I'm sorry, where?
I think we met at Park Hyatt, or wherever.
Park Hyatt, the hotel.
Yes, the hotel.
Yes.
And it was trying to find one another.
Okay. But presumably it made sense that you needed to get to know each other, and he needed to inform you of what was going on in Denel as CEO to you as chairperson, so that you could find your feet, as it were.
Yes, but what I don't remember,
Yes.
it's whether I called it
Okay.
or he called it.
That's fine. But it was, do you recall it was early September 2015, before the first board meeting?
I think before the first board meeting, we did meet.
Right.
You see, normally the CE would meet the chair
Of course.
and, canvass certain issues and say, well, Chair, I need this resolution, I need that resolution
Yeah.
to be made. And, I think we did meet in preparation of the board meeting.
Yes.
But I think also, I'm sorry, Mr. Kenny, I think a few minutes ago you said before you started work as chairperson of the board,
Yeah.
you did meet with him about 3 or so times, is that
Yeah, I
right?
think or 2 times or so.
Okay.
Thank you. And that obviously makes sense because you want to get some inside knowledge before you start chairing your first board meeting where you might not know what's going on. But the important bit is that I would like to focus on now is how this came about and where the meeting happened, because Mr. Saluji's version is that you requested a briefing meeting. You, of course, have said that he requested some of the meetings. And he says you indicated that the meeting would probably be at your office, at his office, that's yourself. Where was your office at that stage? Was that when you had reopened your attorney's practice?
Yeah, my office has been always in Craig.
In Craig Hall?
Yes.
Okay, and then he says this. He said, that yourself said, he would confirm the venue when I was on my way. He did not specify the nature of the meeting, and I did not think anything untoward about such a meeting. On my way to the meeting, this is paragraph 97, which is the first part of the passage that you have commented on in your statement that we've just looked at. On my way to the meeting, he called and directed me to the Gupta residence in Saxonwold. I was not surprised. Now, what I'd like to ask you is this. Is that correct that you phoned him, or you said to him, let's have a meeting, and I'll tell you where the meeting will be once you're on your way, and while you were on your way, he said, meet me at the Saxonwold residence of the Gupta?
Well, my answer to this, Chairperson, as far as this specific meeting is concerned, the answer is no. And it's no because I had no content of what was going to be discussed. I did not even know who LMT was. But I had a deal with Mr. Saluj to say, wherever there is pressure, because when you hold this position, business people lobby their business interests, so you're always under constant pressure as the CE. I said, I will put a cap on you so that you focus on what you have to do without interference of, all this pressure. So this meeting, I would not have called for it because I had no knowledge of the issues to be discussed.
Yes. But you've confirmed that one meeting which you and Mr. Saluji attended took place at the home of Mr. Tony Gupta in Saxonwold.
True.
Now, this was before you had chaired your first board meeting, correct?
Well, again, Chairperson, I cannot tell you the date of that meeting at the Gupta's residence. But all I can say, I was very new. I was trying to read everything about Denel. I hadn't, at that time, came across the subsidiary of Denel that is called LMT.
Yes.
So I was fairly very new. I can't tell you when, but I was
I
fairly
understand. I've got you. Thank you. Now, but how did it come about then that you attended the meeting at the Gupta residence in Saxonwold? Was that arranged by Mr. Saluji? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, all I'm saying, the way I sit now, the probability is, as much as I say I don't recall,
Okay.
whether it was Mr. Saluji or Mr. Issa.
Okay.
But because the issues were between Mr. Issa and Mr. Saluji,
Yeah.
from where I sit, one of them could have arranged it. I don't know who really arranged it.
Yes. And then what he says is this, in paragraph 98, Tony and Issa were also present at the meeting. You've confirmed that in your
Yeah,
statement.
they were present.
At the meeting, Tony specifically addressed the issue of Denel Land Mobility Technologies, that's a LMT, and said that they were interested in acquiring the business. Denel had a 51% stake in the business. Mantsha asked me, that's Saluji, to look into the matter and to give him feedback on the way forward. I indicated that this would take time and that such a transaction would have to go through several processes. The meeting then ended. that's Saluji, left the meeting knowing that I was being instructed to revert on how I would facilitate the sale. I had no intention of doing so. It is also important to point out that the body language and tone of voice of specifically Tony during this meeting gave me the impression that he was extremely frustrated by me. I realized that my strategy of fobbing them off was no longer working. He's explained that elsewhere in his statement. He kept resisting attempts by ESSA and others to be pursuing projects. It was clear to me, he says, that my lack of cooperation was becoming problematic for them. Now, you've indicated earlier you have a different recollection of the meeting.
Well, I do, Chairperson, for these reasons. This meeting, the impression I got, they were discussing about long-standing arrangement that they had in trying for Mr. Saluji to assist Mr. Issa to acquire the shareholding of LMT in order to increase the strategic capacity of VR Laser. So there was a background to that meeting which I was not privy to. And the content of that meeting, I was not privy to until such time where they were discussing all of it.
Yeah.
And I did not say anything in that meeting. I was asked to say, but I had no comment. And I've already disagreed that Mr. Tony Gupta participated and said the things that Mr. Saluji allegedly said. It was mainly between Mr. Issa and Mr. Saluji, and the impression that meeting happened in a very friendly atmosphere. I didn't hear anybody raising voice. I didn't hear anyone shouting at one another. It might well be that there are issues between Mr. Issa and Mr. Saluji that I'm not aware of, and maybe the history that I'm not aware of. But it was a very cordial meeting. There was no shouting. There was nothing.
Right. Can I just ask this? You've indicated earlier you have a different recollection as to who set up the meeting, and you're not sure whether it was Saluji or Essa, but you are sure that it wasn't you. You hadn't even attended even a single board meeting yet. And I don't mean that critically. That's the fact. There was an orientation type of meeting and so forth before you could even have the board meeting.
Yeah.
Even before you've convened with your new colleagues of the board at the first formal board meeting, you're being asked by either Mr. Saluji, who was Group CEO now reporting to you, or Mr. Essa from the Gupta business empire, to attend a meeting at Mr. Gupta's private residence in Saxonwald to discuss a particular matter that on your own version you didn't really have any background on. And again, I don't criticize you. It makes perfect sense because you were just new on the job as chairperson. Why were you invited to the meeting at all? Didn't it put you in a bit of an awkward situation? There are now detailed discussions about the acquisition of a company called LMT. You didn't even know who LMT was, for good reason. And now it's all happening in somebody's private residence, talking about acquisitions and so forth that you have no background on.
Well,
this seems strange to me.
Not really strange, Chairperson. In the business environment, business people lobby their interests all the time. And as I said to you, Chairperson, the working arrangement that myself and Mr. Saluji opted for was to say because there's constant political pressure, business pressure from, business people who are pushing their own interests. So when necessary, when you need a cover, I give you a cover. And this was a meeting where I went with him in terms of my working arrangement with him. And my role there was just to ensure that there is no undue pressure on Mr. Saluji, because business people, they push their business interests, and sometimes they push it very, very, very hard. So I did not see anything wrong out of attending that meeting, because here is Mr. Issa, who has got existing relationship with Denel, and Mr. Issa, in terms of my information, was the only business person who is black, who is operating at the hardcore of the defense business. So, as I said to you, of course I didn't know what they were going to talk about. But it was not strange to me that I would go with my CE to a meeting of that nature. We were not going to do anything that we are not supposed to do. And for sure, the meeting ended. We left that meeting. And of course, I would assume that Mr. Saluji explore the discussion with those private shareholders.
You know, Mr. Mantsha, you may have thought on your version that you were going there to protect Mr. Saluji against pressure from Mr. Salim Essa or whoever. But did you think about the possibility that you could have been brought to the meeting for your presence to act as pressure?
Not at all, Chairperson. Not
Yes.
at all, because Mr. Saluji was talking to private shareholders of LMT. And there was no pressure I could have exerted to Mr. Saluji, because his arrangement was purely with Mr. Issa. And from the discussion of that meeting, there was no hard feeling expressed to Mr. Saluji by Mr. Issa or by anyone in that meeting. It was just a follow-up meeting. What is happening?
Yeah, well, let me tell you about some evidence that I've had, which on the face of it may well be interpreted as revealing a way of doing business that was adopted maybe by the Guptas or by the Guptas and their associates, but particularly by, I think, Mr. Tony Gupta. You know, the evidence that I've had in 2015, when he says he was offered the position of Minister of Finance and some money. Mr. Dugwana said the same thing about a meeting that he said he had at the Gupta residence with Mr. Tony Gupta, and he said Mr. Duduzane Zuma was there, where, according to Mr. Dugwana, he was asked to fire his own HOD in the Free State and appoint Mr. Richard Sele. He was on that. The SAA board
And Mr. Saluji and Mr. Issa had transacted before, long time, when they actually acquired VR Laser. Apparently, my information was the proposition for Mr. Issa to acquire VR Laser came from Mr. Saluji. And that is the proposition which Mr. Issa went for. So they had a long-standing relationship of assisting one another in acquisition of strategic business in defense. And I had no information of any animosity between the two. And I had no any information of animosity between either Mr. Tony Gupta and Mr. Saluji. And the meeting was not Mr. Tony Gupta's meeting. The meeting was Mr. Saluji's meeting. As I said, it was cordial, it was discussed very well. There was no pressure really that I could exert to Mr. Saluji. Mr. Saluji was talking to private shareholders.
Okay.
We had no influence as the board of Denel to get those private shareholders to agree to sell the shares to Mr. Issa. And Mr. Saluji himself, he had no authority to decide for those shareholders. All he was doing was to handle those discussions on behalf of Mr. Issa.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Now, can I take you back to your own statement where you were responding to Mr. Saluji's affidavit? And I'm sorry, Chair, just give me a moment. So that's in bundle 8. You got that back?
I do, Chairperson.
Okay, it's at page 332.
I do have.
Now, this is part of your statement, and you refer in your statement to, in some detail, to the points that you've already referred to, that the topic discussed at the Gupta residence was the LMT, the possibility of acquiring the shares of the shareholding of LMT to be sold to VR Laser. But I'd like to take you on page 332, the last 3 paragraphs. You see a paragraph that starts, Mr. Saluji reported to Mr. Issa. You see that?
Mr. Saluji?
Reported to Mr. Issa. Page 332,
Yes,
third
I
last
do.
paragraph.
I do see.
Right. If I can just remind you what you said in your affidavit. Mr. Saluji reported to Mr. Issa that he was still talking to them, that's the private shareholders of LMT, and would continue to discuss with the said LMT private shareholders to sell their shares to VR Laser. I was asked at the end of the discussion if I had any comment, and I replied that I had none, since I did not even at that stage know what LMT stood for and what it does. And further, I had no background of the matter. Now, that seems to bear out what you told the chairperson a little earlier, that you were a bit in a situation of some ignorance, and I don't mean that in a critical way. You were so new to the position, you didn't even know who LMT were and anything about this transaction. Now, what you then say is this: on my way out, that's presumably out from the Gupta residence, on my way out with Mr. Saluji, he then said to me, Chair, I need your support. I indicated to him that we would discuss the matter. What did you understand his request to mean? Why did he need your support? Support for what?
Well, we had already discussed with Mr. Saluji how we should work. So his statement was, of course, based on our earlier discussion, that I must support him in any instances where there is pressure.
Yes.
Or any instances where there is lobby,
Yes.
where there's political interference and all sorts of things.
Right.
So of course, I understood that statement in the context of the working relationship that we're trying to do, that I support my CE.
Try and sit closer to the microphone, please.
that I support my CE.
Yes, and that's an admirable purpose. But what it seems to suggest, and I'm putting it to you, it seems to suggest that you are in a way confirming part of Mr. Saluji's evidence, which was he gets to a meeting in Saxonwold, he feels he's being pressurized by Mr. Gupta. Admittedly, he doesn't talk about specific words used by Mr. Gupta. He talks about voice tone and body language and so forth, so the chairperson will have to assess what weight can be attached to that. But Mr. Saluji's evidence has been, I get brought to a meeting in Saxonwold. I'm only told at the last minute where I'm supposed to go. I land up in the Gupta residence, and I'm then dealt with in a way by Mr. Gupta, Tony Gupta, where he seems to be aggressive and very unhappy and pressurizing him, Mr. Saluji, because he's obviously not playing the game, as it were. And so when you confirm that as he came out of the meeting with you, he said to you, I need your support, Chair, he was already signaling to you that there was a problem of the very pressure that you felt it was your duty to protect him against.
Well, Chairperson, talking as far as that meeting is concerned, I did not see any undue pressure. I did not see any pressure. So this statement, as I said, is relating to what we have done before.
Yeah.
And as I'm saying to you, these parties were known to each other very well.
Yeah.
And it was not within the power of Mr. Saluji to force those people to sell their shares to VR. It was just for him to talk on behalf of VR, to see if this can be secured. So the pressure out of this, I did not see it, and I wonder on what basis this could have resulted in a pressure for something that was not within the control of either Denel, myself as a chair, and Mr. Saluji, and even Mr. Issa himself. So I wouldn't understand the basis of any pressure out of what was being discussed at that time.
So was his request to you, Chair, I need your support, something you didn't understand?
Well, I understood this in the context of the working relationship that we were trying to build with Mr. Saluji, that I got to support him all the way.
But you yourself, a few minutes ago, said a number of times, you saw it as part of your role as chairperson to protect your CEO against heavy pressure from other people.
Yes.
I don't mean from within the organization, I mean from outside.
You see, Chairperson, the business world, it's cutthroat in the sense that the business people are out there to market whatever products they have. And when you are serving in a state-owned company, where the people of this country have got a stake, you have to adopt a particular approach. You cannot close a gate to people who want to engage with the state-owned company. And that creates a lot of pressure. There have been many meetings myself that I've attended with various business people who are pushing their interests. And understandably so, because business people have to lobby for their own interests. But you need to have, as the chairperson, to draw the line where you go to support and protect your CE from not doing a lot of those, because his primary responsibility is to push what is. So this statement is within the context of what we have been trying to devise as working together. And every pressure on him, I had to support, whether himself internally feel is a pressure, or I don't see it as a pressure, or I see it as a lobbying, or he sees it as a lobbying. But in this context, I wonder what the pressure was. Unless if Mr. Saluji did not tell me other things which were happening between him and Mr. Issa, and any other thing probably happening between him and other people. But the content of this, there was no pressure because everybody knew it was not within his control, it was not within my control. There was no pressure I could give to him. If the private shareholders were not interested to sell, they were not interested to sell.
Now, you've indicated that you had a number of private meetings with Mr. Saluji when you'd just been appointed to basically fill you in on some matters. And then we know that you were at the meeting in Saxonwold, and you've confirmed it was early September 2015, but you can't recall exactly when, and I accept that. And then you've confirmed that the very first board meeting that you chaired was the 10th of September 2015.
Correct.
According to Mr. Saluji's affidavit, it appears that before you even had chaired the first board meeting, you had attended the meeting in Saxonwold. You confirm that?
You mean these LMT discussions?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Yes. Now, what should the chair make about this point? Does it not seem perhaps odd to you, or odd to one, that you've just been appointed as chairperson, and here I'm interested in the sequence. You have the first thing you do after being introduced by the minister that you're the new board and you're the new chairperson and so forth. First thing you do is to hold a series of meetings with the group CEO. Now that's not at all odd. That seems to me to make perfect sense. But then before you even chair your very first board meeting, before you even interacting with your colleagues on the board in a formal board meeting, you're off to somebody's private residence in a residential suburb of Johannesburg to talk about some transactions about which you know nothing, for good reason, because you're just trying to find your feet, about LMT. Does that not perhaps give weight to the suggestions some people have suggested, like Mr. Saluji, which is that behind the scenes, the Guptas were actually having and Essa, their associate, were having a massive influence on Denel's affairs, in fact, interference in Denel's affairs. So before you've convened a board meeting, you're now having a private meeting with Mr. Gupta and Mr. Essa at his house, Mr. Gupta's house. Well, isn't that perhaps a bit strange?
Chairperson, all I can say is the Guptas or Mr. Issa did not have influence in my board or in myself. Maybe the Guptas or Mr. Issa had influence on Mr. Saluji because Mr. Saluji had already assisted Mr. Issa to acquire VR Laser, and VR Laser was already doing work with Denel at the time. So maybe he can talk of that influence they had on him. But as far as the influence they had on myself or my board, there was none whatsoever. There was no influence.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to deal further with the issue of how it came about that the Asian project, if I can call it that, the Asian venture, came before the board and Mr. Saluji's involvement in it. Mr. Saluji has given evidence that the idea of the Asian joint venture was raised first by Mr. Nchepe, who reported to Mr. Saluji. And he suggested it to Mr. Saluji, and that Mr. Saluji firmly rejected this proposition. And I'm quoting here from a statement Mr. Saluji has provided the Commission. Now, presumably you weren't involved in those discussions. It seems that those took place before you took office as chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not aware of those discussions.
I see. Now, what Mr. Saluji says is that the next time it was raised was at the first board meeting by you, Mr. Mantsha, as chairperson. And Mr. Saluji's evidence has been, and I'm simply putting it to you by way of fairness so that you can be reminded of it and comment on it, and if you disagree with it, you'll have that opportunity. Mr. Saluji said he found it strange that where he, as the group CEO, had rejected the proposition of the Asian venture, it should be the brand new chairperson, yourself, who raises it at the board meeting. And yes, just comment on that. Did you raise it at the board meeting?
I think, again, with respect, Chairperson, I think this morning you finished me with some copy of the minutes.
Yes.
And I think if you just look at the minutes.
Let's do that.
That you have finished to me.
Here,
So,
let's do that.
yes,
I can take you right now to the minutes.
That matter was not raised by me.
By you. In
And
fact,
let me go further. Around February or so, there was a trip by Denel business executive
yeah.
to India to try to explore that the possibility of entering into that market. And
Possibility of
setting up
Entering that market.
entering the market.
entering the Indian
right.
market. And of course, at the time, Mr. Ntsepe was the head of business development at Denel. He was the
Yeah.
executive. And this was the gentleman at the time of our appointment had built a book, an order book of around about 20 to 26 billion. So, Mr. Ntsepe was, from the evidence we had, a reputable business developer who was at all time exploring new markets for Denel.
Yeah.
So, if that was raised by him, it is illogical that Denel, under the leadership of Mr. Saluji, would send a team to India in February to something that he himself disagreed with.
Yes. May I just, I want to try and assist, firstly, to keep your evidence short, but to show that, in fact, the minutes, it is a good idea to look at the minutes, and we have actually obtained these minutes for the 10th of September 2015. And in fact, they seem to bear out your version. Obviously, it's for the chairperson to make a decision in that regard. But if I may just find it, in Bundle 8, do you still have Bundle 8 in front of you?
Must be one of the two in front of you.
Yes.
Right, so it's Bundle 8. And if I can ask you, please, to turn to page 483.4.
.483.4.
That's right. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
So that is the first page of a set of minutes that we were able to obtain from Denel finally for the board meeting of the 10th of September. That's the first one that you chaired. And it indicates that you were present and that you signed. You see your name number 1 on the attendance register at page 483.4. Mr. Mantsha, do you have it?
Page?
I'm going to give you the page number again, 483.4.
483.4.
Yes. Top left-hand numbers again, please.
Yes, I do.
You have it. Is that headed attendance register, board meeting 10 September 2015?
Correct.
And I asked you, is that your name and signature, item number 1?
Correct.
Right. Then we have the actual minutes that start from the following page, 483.6. You see that? Mr. Mantsha?
Point?
483.6.
Yes, I do have.
Right. Now, this is a lengthy minute of that board meeting, and it seems to have had a sort of open session, as it were, later followed by a closed session in which members of the board sat so-called in committee. If I can take you to page 483.27. You see that?
You said we should go to 483.7, Mr. Chairman.
Point 27, Chair. 483.27.
Yes, I see.
Okay.
And that is headed Minutes of the In-Committee Board Meeting. And again, your name is one of those present as chairperson. Correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, I want to take you to the passage which, as I've indicated, in fact, seems to bear out that it wasn't you that raised the Asian project. I can ask you now to turn to page 483.31. 483.31. And if I can just read that to you, in 6.2, Partnership in Southeast Asia. Under discussion deliberation, the board discussed the recommendation from the CEO to give the executive a mandate to negotiate a partnership in Southeast Asia to explore the establishment of a stronger foothold in the region. In summary, the chairman indicated that as the GCEO had explained during the preceding board meeting, the business of defence in the Southeast Asian region was a good market, and given the geopolitical issues, one which would be profitable to explore. The board discussed the fact that a relationship with a well-established partner was a good model to follow, and also referred to various issues relating to Denel's IP in similar relationships, such as in the UAE, Malaysia, etc. I won't go through the rest of that column. The next column, headed Action Resolution, the board resolved to approve a mandate to the executive to explore possibilities to establish a footprint in Southeast Asia, subject to the conditions set. So this appears to support your evidence that, in fact, it was Mr. Saluji who was raising this, not yourself, in the board meeting. Correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
Right. Now, but Mr. Saluji has given evidence that, in fact, what happened was a little more complicated than the minutes might suggest. I don't think the minutes were at that stage available and put to him. But what his evidence has suggested is this. The person who first raised it in the board meeting on the 10th of September was, in fact, you, not him. And he found this strange and, in effect, really undermining, I think was his suggestion. He seemed to feel it was undermining his position. Mr. Ntsepe had come to him, Saluji, behind the scenes, and said, I propose we get involved in Asia. Mr. Saluji responded to Ntsepe, no, we don't. I'm not impressed with that. I don't think it's a good project at all. And then he comes to the very first meeting that you're chairing as the new chairperson, and you raise it. And he says, well, he didn't want to raise it. He didn't raise it. In fact, he felt it was inappropriate. But you raised it. There was a lengthy discussion. And at the end of it, you, under your leadership, the board said, give Mr. Saluji a mandate to pursue the Asian venture. In other words, overruling Mr. Saluji's own view as CEO that the Asian venture shouldn't take off. What do you say about that?
That is contrary to what the official records of company are saying. The official records of the company says he presented a report, he asked for specific things, and the board gave him. So whatever he said, whether Mr. Ntsepe, whether myself, it's not correct in terms of the records of the company. It is not, I deny.
Right.
He gave a report, he presented a discussion, and we discussed it. And it made good business sense to us to do it, and we resolved, and we gave them the mandate.
Do you remember whether meetings of the board at Denel were also electronically recorded?
Yeah, they record the
proceedings?
Yeah, the proceedings.
Yes. Okay.
Now, what Mr. Saluji says again, and again it's just his version, and you must be given an opportunity to be directed to his version and given an opportunity to respond to it. He says that he was against the idea. He was basically overruled partly by yourself and also partly by the other board members. And it was apparent that he was not happy with this, and it was because of that, in other words, his resistance to the idea that the Asian venture should go ahead, that lo and behold, just 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later, on the 23rd of September, he is then suspended. And it was because of that. That is his evidence. Your comment?
Chairperson, that is absolutely not true. He presented and requested the board to approve for the executive to explore to go to that market.
Are you saying
incorrect.
that, I'm sorry to have interrupted, are you saying that Mr. Saluji was in support of the Asian project, or he was uncertain, or he was against it but said, look, I accept that other
No, he
people
was in
may...
favor of
Sorry,
it.
just don't interrupt, please. That Mr. Saluji's attitude was, well, I know Mr. Nsepe is keen on it, and if the board is keen on it, I will accept that mandate and carry it out.
No, he was keen on it. He submitted
keen on
a
it.
report, yes.
And yeah. And of course, once he was suspended, Mr. Saluji was suspended on the 23rd of September. He was replaced by Mr. Nsepe on an acting CEO basis, correct?
Correct. And the rationale, Chairperson, was the following. Mr. Nsepe was the person who led Denel, the marketing drive over the years, and he built an impressive order book. This business depended on Denel going into the foreign market for these reasons, that the domestic consumption of the defense material by South African Defense Force has decreased significantly. And one can see all the budget vote of the Department of Defense. They keep on reducing the allocation to the defense for various reasons. So the survival of the company remains outside the board of South Africa. And Mr. Nsepe was leading that drive and successfully managed to build a very impressive order book. He was, I think at that stage, he was already at Denel for close to 20 years. He was even at Denel before Mr. Saluji. He knew the marketing of the business by far more than Saluji. And my information was, when Mr. Saluji was appointed as the group chief executive, Mr. Nsepe was in the running. He was amongst the 3 names which were submitted to the cabinet to pick who the chief executive officer. So this was somebody who had already a very impressive record at Denel and a very senior executive at the time. He was even senior more than Mr. Saluji himself. So it was a logical choice to put somebody who has got a reputation in the international market as a marketer because all the clients of Denel overseas, they knew him more than anybody else because he was the one interacting with them. So that was a logical choice to make.
Thank you. Now, while we are at these minutes, I'm going to take you to another passage in a moment. I just want to take you back to your earlier evidence that you were, if I recall correctly, and I'm sorry, it's late in the day, I may be unsure of the exact detail that you gave. If I understood your evidence correctly, you said before the first board meeting, you happened to be in London and Mr. Saluji asked you please to help to make sure that he didn't lose his job, that he was feeling under pressure. Is that
Correction,
right?
Chairperson, it was after our first board meeting.
It was after the first board meeting.
Yes.
When was that?
I think the London trip was towards the end of September.
But that must have been before he was suspended.
Yeah, because he was suspended around
Yes.
23, yeah?
Correct.
Around
Yeah.
23 September.
Correct.
So it must have been between the 10th of September and the 23rd
Yeah.
of September.
The London trip, it was not yet suspended because that was the time when I raised the issue of Audit and Risk Committee
Yeah.
not having access to the committee room. I think we departed to London immediately after the first board meeting,
The meeting of the 10th.
the meeting of the 10th, but the investigation about this transaction was going on at the time.
I see. Thank you. And so it was after the first board meeting, but before the second board meeting, because at the second board meeting, as the chair points out, on the 23rd of September, that's when he was suspended, together
Correct.
with Mr. Mshlonklo and Miss Africa.
Correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you to clarify, why was he raising concern that he might be facing dismissal, he might lose his job? Had you told him that his job is now on the line, that you were unhappy with him, or that other people were making allegations against him, or what?
Well, I did not tell him his job was on the line,
Yeah.
but he was clever enough to know that for him to proceed with the acquisition of LSSA, contrary to the approvals given by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise, and that the audit committee was investigating the matter as mandated by the board.
Right.
He actually saw that that moment was bound to happen for him to be taken out of the company. So he could see himself.
Now, that, of course, must have taken place before the Audit and Risk Committee meeting of the 22nd of September, correct?
In the meeting of the 10th of the board, there was a very serious debate when the board realized that they're saying we must pay 450 in 2 weeks. Are you guys serious about this?
Yes.
How did it happen that it comes to this? You know?
Yes,
So-
I'm not asking about who said what.
Yes,
I'm trying to get the sequence, simply a date that I'm asking you.
yes.
So your London discussion with Mr.
Okay,
Saluji,
Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry, I think I can assist. In his affidavit, Mr. Saluji says he arrived back from London on Saturday, 19th September 2015.
Thank you, Chief.
So you must have gone there around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And with respect, that point seems to bear out the basis of the question. Your discussion in London must have been before the Audit and Risk Committee met on the 22nd and then gave them an order. The Audit and Risk Committee gave them an order to submit representations why they shouldn't be suspended the next day.
Now,
Is
if
that
I
right?
can recall correctly, the executive had already met the Audit and Risk Committee, I think even prior to the first board meeting, as is normal the case, because you need to have subcommittees of the board to meet
Don't
before
you-
the main board.
Don't you, at your first board meeting, decide who's going to be appointed to the subcommittees, like the Audit and Risk
No,
Committee?
the subcommittees are appointed during the induction.
I see.
So when there was a board induction, so the committee was set out.
Right.
And of course, the Audit and Risk Committee is the committee which, in terms of the shareholder compact, is appointed by the executive authority.
Right.
So that committee
And,
was...
that is the minister.
That committee was in existence,
Right.
and that committee had met the executive in preparation of the first board
Yeah.
meeting. And that committee, after the first board meeting, was mandated to, by all means, ensure that there is no default by Denel in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
So they were making all the efforts to avert it. And in the process, to investigate the conduct
Of Mr. Saluji.
of Mr. Saluji.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm sorry to interrupt. That's where they came to the view that he had misled the first board meeting.
Exactly.
Correct? Okay. So we got the sequence clear. Now, at the meeting of the 10th of September, do you recall if there was any discussion about Mr. Saluji's performance thus far? Was there at that stage, your very first board meeting, any discussion that Mr. Saluji had been acting inappropriately?
No, of course that matter never arose.
Okay. If I can take you in the same minutes to page, and I'm sorry, the numbers are a bit complicated, it's 483.34. 483.34. You have that?
Yes, I do.
Paragraph 8 in the second column under items says extension contract of the Group Chief Executive Officer. Do you have that?
I do.
And then under discussion deliberation, it says the chairman, that's yourself, it isn't gender neutral in the minutes, so it's the minute taker who's possibly worthy of criticism here. The chairman indicated that the GCEO's contract was set to expire in 2017. Now that is factually correct. We know from our earlier evidence that you gave that it in fact ended 31st January 2017.
Correct.
And then it says, although this was some time away, because of course here we're dealing with September 2015, given the seniority of the position, it was necessary to commence with the process now. He, that's presumably yourself, Mr. Mantsha, mentioned the following in this regard. The GCEO had done well thus far and has turned the company around. Do you recall, in fact, saying that?
I did.
How were you able, I'm not trying to be critical or funny, but how were you able, at your very first board meeting that you were chairing, where you'd only been appointed just a few weeks before and had only a few meetings with Mr. Saluji privately, and then also the one at the Gupta residence, how were you able to form a view as to how well the GCEO had done thus far?
As I said, I had one-on-one with Mr. Saluji.
Yeah.
Him taking me through the milestone. I think I've just indicated here that at the time of our appointment, the order book was in the region of either 25 to whatever 30 billion. And this, he was the Group Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Nsepe was the head of marketing. So, of course, you go to credit them for that.
You go to?
You go to credit them for that,
Right.
for building such an order
Right.
book. And the example here, Chair, I've already indicated to you that me and Mr. Saluji go together very well. We liked one another. We agree on the way of working. When this matter was being raised, I was trying to sway the board to see what we're trying to achieve between myself and Mr. Saluji. So you can see these statements are very favorable to him.
Yes, that's why I've raised it.
And it's exactly what I was trying to say, I like this man. I wanted to see this man continue to work with him because I think we struck a very good note of working together. I really liked him. So, and I even told you earlier today that even when he cried to me in London, I never slept that night because I really liked him. And where necessary, I promise to support him. And this statement from me, it's informed of that strong relationship that we're trying to build together and the discussions that I had had with him. And at this time, from the induction, you are given a full pack of the annual reports and all the other activities. So by this time, before we even go to the first board meeting, we had a picture of what was happening. And here I'm trying to say, look, this is the right guy. So his contract is going to expire. So, let's try to, in a way, indirectly, let's try, because you see, the chairman was to follow up with the minister on the matter. Because he had told me that there was like some verbal arrangement of some sort that it would be extended.
Sorry, verbal arrangement between him and the minister?
And the minister. You see, that's why there's a statement to say the chairperson is going to follow up the matter with the minister. So this is just an indication of how believing I was in him, that I would have been the last person to want Mr. Saluji out of Denel. I tried all I could, but it was not possible given the fact of what he preceded on before we came into Denel.
On the LSSA transaction.
Indeed.
Right. I'm not going to take you through the text on the next page. I'm just going to summarize it. That's 483.35 with the next 3 bullet points. But basically what you seem to be recorded as saying, and sorry, is that your signature further down?
Yeah, it is.
To confirm the approval of these minutes. You referred to the fact that the board now has sufficient time. You had about, I think, 16 months left before the end of his contract. So you were referring to the fact we've still got time to consider it, but we must get the process going earlier rather than later. We don't want to leave it too late. Is that right?
Yeah. This is one of the matters that he lobbied me as his chairperson individually to say, look, chairperson, I need to be sure about my future as we work together. And he then asked me to try to resolve this matter as early as possible.
Yeah.
And of course, I didn't see any reason not to at the time.
If I can take you back to the last bullet point on the previous page, you were referring not so much necessarily to Mr. Saluji's own desire to have some certainty in his life, which would obviously make sense to him and to you, that if you can get some sort of plan going, it would be good to have. But you also made an additional point. It was incumbent on the board to prevent disruption in management and to retain the skill set required.
Yes.
So may I sum up my understanding of what you were saying there? You were saying he only has termination looming in 16 months' time, end of January 2017. But we don't want to be in a situation where suddenly his contract ends and we don't know who's going to be appointed, and maybe we'll lose the continuity and his skill set and so forth, which will have a disruptive effect on the management of the corporation, particularly at a time where it was under some stress. Is that a fair reflection of
what is meant here is that the stability of the leadership of the company is important to investors, to people we do business with, to the lenders. I was actually making a call here that this matter needs to be resolved well in time. In terms of my private discussions with Mr. Saluji, I was convinced that he has to be supported to continue to serve. beyond the expiry of the contract, meaning he should get another 5 years or so after 2017. So earlier I told the Commission that from the investor point of view and the lender point of view, and the market that a company like Denel operates in, it is very critical that you have got this kind of stability. And I was actually trying to promote what we had discussed privately.
Thank you. As I understand the minute, effectively what was decided was simply that you would take the process forward with the minister. You would set in motion this process that you were recommending. There was no decision there and then, let's appoint Mr. Mantsha for, Mr. Saluji for another term from 1 February 2017. You were far from that date, and you didn't need to take that decision then. That's right.
No, what was right is that Mr. Saluji informed me and informed us, because this is the board, that there was a verbal arrangement. I think he alluded to it somewhere in these papers, that he would continue beyond the expiry of his contract. And that verbal arrangement was made between him and the executive authority.
Yes, but I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not asking about his arrangement with the minister. I'm asking about what the ultimate outcome of this board meeting was. Simply, did you decide we are definitely committing to having him reappointed, subject to the minister's approval from 2017? Or did you decide instead, it looks like we're going to be going to a favourable decision for him, but let's not leave it too late, let's start the process, and you would then discuss it with the minister?
That's correct.
Is it the latter?
Yes.
Right. Because the very last bullet point on page 483.35 in this item says the board appoints the CEO subject to the minister's approval. As I understand that, that wasn't that you were saying we are now appointing him from February 2017. It was simply recording. No doubt you must have told your colleagues, when we appoint, we don't have the final say. It is always
Correct.
subject to the minister's approval. And let's start the process going with the minister to see whether she will approve an extension from February 2017.
Correct.
But that will take some time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, you've made the point to the chair a moment ago that this bears out that you had no animosity to Mr. Saluji at that stage. In fact, you spoke highly of him based on your limited exposure to him already.
Correct.
Right. And, but of course we know that 13 days later, not even 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks later, you had a very different view of him. In fact, you were satisfied by the Audit and Risk Committee who'd convened the previous day, in addition to what the process had been followed previously, where they recommended to the board, and you accepted the recommendation to suspend Mr. Saluji. Correct?
Correct.
And on top of it, what you've said in evidence a number of times on the previous occasions, and you mentioned it again today, or I think the chairperson raised it with you, that you said, in fact, on the 23rd, we could have actually fired the three, including Mr. Saluji, on the spot because they had done some terrible things.
Yeah.
So what I'd like you to comment on is, why did you change your view of him quite radically? And I'm not criticizing you. Yeah. On the 10th of September, you're saying Saluji is a great guy. It really looks like we should appoint him for a further period after his term ends in January 2017. 2 weeks later, on the 23rd, you're saying with your board colleagues, he is terrible. We could have fired him on the spot, but let's follow a process. Let's suspend him and subject him to a disciplinary inquiry. What was the radical change in view?
So, Chairperson, this shows the objectivity that, as the Chairperson had, and the objectivity which the board had. So, the question is, what had changed from the 10th of September to the time on the 23rd when we then suspended? What was changed, of course, was Mr. Saluji presided on a transaction which brought Denel to its financial needs without following the approval protocol. He opted for a bridging finance for 6 months without an approval, and that meant that myself and my board will then be blamed for triggering a cross default across the state-owned company because we could not meet our financial obligations in 2 weeks. That was catastrophic. That, of course, changed my position towards him. It did not mean I hated him. It only means I look at the matter objectively, and I said, as much as I support this man, but for him to get into this transaction without authorization to a point where we are now on the financial brink, it was not correct for him to do, and therefore action had to be taken against him.
Thank you, Mr. Mantsha. And we don't need you to repeat your evidence earlier. I just want to confirm it for the record that what Mr. Salugi has said to the Commission was that what changed your mind to act against him, what he believes was unfairly, on the 23rd of September, was that by then it had become apparent to you that he was resistant to the idea of the Asian venture. You have denied that flatly, correct?
I denied, Chairperson.
Now, in the same bundle, can I ask you please to turn back to page 422? Chair, may I just ask, so that I don't use up too much time or whatever. I mean, I'm trying to be as quick as I can.
Yeah, no.
But I'm aware that you apparently have scheduled another session to once we've finished. May I just indicate where I am?
Yes,
I think
please.
I'm very close to the end.
Yes,
Just a couple
no.
of bits and pieces that I'm wrapping up.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, please, to allow us just 5 minutes for me and my learned junior to confer, because I'd like her input on any points that we may still need to wrap up. So I think that we should finish probably by about 5:45. Mm-hmm. Would that be in order for you with your other commitment?
The other work stream is here already, I think. I see hands, and I think I've seen Mr. Anuj Singh's counsel and attorney. Can they hear me where they are? Are they outside? I would like also that we finish with him, especially when we are left with so little.
Yes.
But I think let's take the 5 minutes break for you to confer with your team.
Yes.
And then when we come back, they will be in, and then I can also just talk to them. But
I
I think I would like us to finish with him.
Thank you. May I just suggest I take him to this page now, because it seems to follow on from the earlier discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
And that, I promise, will just be a minute or two, and then we can take the adjournment. Thank you. Do you have, Mr. Mantsha, do you have 422?
422, yes.
Yes. And that's on the South African government letterhead or logo, and it in fact seems to be a media statement.
Correct.
And that is issued by then Minister Lynn Brown. It says, Minister Lynn Brown appoints the new board of Denel. We see at the bottom of the following page, 423, that it was issued by the Department of Public Enterprises, from her department. Now, this is the notice that actually announced to the public the confirmation that you had been appointed as part of the new board. You as chairperson and the others are mentioned as well, and their biographies are summarized as well there.
Correct.
What I'm interested in, pursuant to what I'm sorry, I should have mentioned, under the heading, it's dated the 24th of July, 2015. What I'm interested in, just to conclude the line that we took you through earlier about the performance prior to your arrival. You see that the 4th paragraph of the text on page 422 starts with a quotation, "I would like to thank." You see that?
I would like to thank the outgoing.
Yes, you
board.
don't need to read the rest. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Have you got that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
Right. I'd like to read it to you. "I would like to thank the outgoing board, led by acting chairperson Martie Janse Rensburg, for an outstanding job. They handed over a company that is truly on a path to positive sustainability. I commend them for their professionalism and ensuring the handover report was of such a quality that it will be a critical guide to the new board. I encourage the new board to continue working closely with the executive team to solidify the company's operations with a strong emphasis on issues relating to transformation within the company, skills development, and strategic partnerships in South Africa." Now, there are a couple of points I just want to extract from that. The one is it bears out your very point that it was government policy to try and improve the level of transformation in the arms industry within the country. Correct?
Correct.
But what I'm particularly interested in is that the minister gave in glowing terms a tribute to the outgoing board before you then took over as chairperson, and commended them for their professionalism, and then tasked you as the new board to work closely with the executive team that of course remained once the board's composition was changed. Correct?
Yeah, it appears so in the statement.
All right, thank you. And then we have had, the Commissioner has heard the evidence of Mr. Saluji as to why Denel then in the following few years reached a position of difficulty. You've given a completely different version, and no doubt you stand by that.
Can I just explain this, Chairperson?
Yes,
Yes.
of course.
The minister was not even aware of the circumstances around this transaction, because she was never told that the terms of 5 years were changed, and now we have to pay in. So she didn't know. So I think with the information which she had, and as I'm saying to you, with the information which I had, everything appeared okay.
Okay.
Chair, may this be an appropriate time to take a 5-minute adjournment?
Yes, maybe before we do, I see they are in. That's counsel for Mr. Singh and the evidence leader, Mr. Seleka. I just want to share this with you, both of you, and of course your client and your instructing attorney. We wish to finish with Mr. Mantsha. He has been to the commission to give evidence, I think, on at least no less than 2 previous occasions, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 1? I think it's more than 1. This is the 3rd occasion. We would like to finish with him. Mr. Kennedy thinks that he might need up to 5:45 to be able to finish. Because we have your work stream coming up, I thought I must consult you. Is it fine if we finish before we start with your side, with your work stream? Yes. Mr. Seleka, it's fine with you? Okay, all right. No, that's fine. So let's adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
Chair, may I thank you for the opportunity to confer with my learned colleague, Ms. Mokoena. I want to pay tribute to her for all the help she's given, and particularly with the last two issues that she's prompting me quite rightly to raise with the witness. I also want to thank our learned colleagues for the next hearing, for their patience.
Yes.
I still think that 5:45 will hopefully suffice, subject to how long the witness wants to take.
Yeah.
Mr. Mantsha, I want to deal now with the topic of the PFMA process for getting approval from the relevant minister or ministers for the transaction that was aimed at generating business in Asia, for which you obviously required specific approval. And if I can start, please, with the same bundle 8 that we were looking at just a moment ago, at page 468.
468.
Yes. Now, Mr. Mantsha, do you have 468?
Yeah, I'm getting the 468. Leaving. Yes, Chairperson.
Now, that's a letter on the Denel letterhead sent, addressed to the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Nene. Is that right?
Correct.
And then if we go for a moment to page 473, the last page of the letter, we see your name as the chairperson of the Denel board. And is that again your signature? And it seems to have been dated on the 30th, I believe it is, of October 2015. Correct?
Yes, it seems so.
Do you recall sending this letter to the Minister of Finance requiring specific approval or giving a pre-notification for purposes ultimately of getting approval under section 54(2) of the PFMA?
Correct.
Now, I just want to draw your attention to a couple of paragraphs that you've given. Presumably you would have sent this notice benefiting from the input of senior executives at the time.
Correct.
And at that stage, of course, by then, October 2015, Mr. Saluji as CEO, Mr. Mshlontlo as CFO for the group were on suspension.
Correct.
Correct? Now, you give at page 469, you give a rationale, as we see at the foot of the page, 469, the rationale for the formation of Denel Asia. And this includes, on the following page, 470, a reference to access to operational funding, the very top bullet point. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that was an important point that you felt needed to be stressed as one of the reasons why it was made sense for Denel to be forming the venture for the Asian project, correct?
Yeah, I think the topic where you're reading
Yes.
is actually the motivation of the
Sorry, can you just sit
partnership
closer
with
to the
VR
microphone?
partnership with VR Laser.
Yes,
Yeah, so I think it flows from that heading.
indeed.
Yeah.
So thank you for that clarification. And in fact, when one sees that bullet point that I've just taken you to, access to operational funding, there you were referring to VR Laser Asia being able to provide some operational funding, which would mean that Denel itself wouldn't have to fund at least the initial part of the project. You had the assistance, the input of VR Laser in that regard. Is that right?
In terms of the agreement, VR Laser was putting 100 million on the deal.
Yes.
Denel was putting its manpower, its scientists, its engineers, and the intellectual capacity to build
Yes.
whatever would be required. Yes.
Yes, and in fact, you seem to make those points that you've just referred to under the heading a few lines down, financing. Do you see that?
I see, Chairperson.
And what you've said to the Minister Nene, in the first bullet point, VR Leisure Asia will be responsible for all operational costs for a period of 5 years, estimated at 100 million rand.
Correct.
Project funding, as and when required, will be provided by shareholders. So am I right in saying that you were submitting to the Minister a justification for why this Asian venture made sense operationally and financially? And one of the important points was that the operational costs, the entire operational costs for the period of 5 years was already committed by VR Laser Asia, correct?
Correct.
And then, of course, project funding would be provided by shareholders, which would include Denel as and when required, correct?
Yes, I think after 5 years of the
Right.
initial period.
And then you deal on the same page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy, I just want to understand the distinction between project funding and the 100 million rand. I assume in the execution of any project, there would be operational costs. Those would not be borne by VR Laser Asia.
No, those
Those would be
Denel
borne
won't
by,
pay
yeah.
the project, the execution of the project for the first 5 years.
So those operational costs that fell outside the execution of a particular project would be borne by VR Laser Asia. Those that fell within the execution of the project, then by the shareholders, which included the net.
No, Chairperson, it is not correct. What this is trying to explain is that for the period of 5 years, there is a 100 million committed by VR. And thereafter, the project financing will be done by shareholders, which of course included Denel.
So does that mean that VR Leisure would be responsible for all operational costs for the first 5 years? And
Yes.
after 5 years, the shareholders, which included Denel, would be responsible then for all operational costs.
Yes, the understanding to inform this is that after 5 years, because at the time when we entered into this market, we were chasing some, big deals which were happening. And in terms of our assessment done within the Indian market and the intelligence we had, was within these 5 years, Denel Asia would have been a success story on its own, and it would be able to fund its own operational costs.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. And can I take you on the same page, 470, to the next paragraph, which is headed Financial Viability? You say, in light of the 100 million rand investment by VR Laser Asia and Denel Asia over a 5-year period for operating costs, the operational financial risks to Denel are minimal, correct? And then you say, well, can I just ask on that point, would it be safe for us to assume that without the investment from from VR Laser, your operational finances would have been at risk?
Well, without finance from VR Asia, Denel was not even going to go to or contemplate to have Denel Asia.
Yes.
We did not have money to do so.
Indeed, but what seems to be the other side of that very coin is that if it hadn't been for VR Laser's input, Denel's operational finances would have been impacted seriously?
Look, it's VR Asia, not VR.
Right.
Denel finances would never have been impacted because Denel would not have made a decision to go there without financials.
Because if you didn't have their financial sponsorship, Denel would then be committing itself to operational costs that it didn't have available.
I'm saying to you, Denel was under my leadership. The board was never going to make the decision to go to India without having a financial cover. We had no money to do so.
Sorry, can you just indicate whether the answer is yes or no to the proposition I put? If it wasn't for VR Laser's commitment for this 100 million funding, Denel would have been exposed to financial risk.
No. I think you misunderstand.
Maybe I
Mr.
do.
Kennedy, yes. If VR Laser didn't, VR Laser Asia did not come on board, Denel would not have gone into this market, and therefore it would not have exposed itself to any costs.
Indeed, precisely because it couldn't have exposed itself to more costs because it was financially constrained. Correct?
Yes.
Right. And was it not necessary to first ensure that the financial investment was secured?
Well, Chairperson, in the business world, how you transact. You sit down, negotiate a transaction. Every party is there to secure their own interest in the transaction. Well, then said, look, I'm committing 100 million. We sign. You default to put 100 million. There's no deal. So that's how it's done.
Right. Was there, in fact, provision for the financial investment to be secured?
Of course, yes.
Right.
The whole process of Denel Asia was based on the fact that there must be that 100 million
Exactly.
that would enable us to fly.
And was that secured in terms of the agreement that you had made provisionally subject to the statutory approval?
Yes, there were
Right.
agreement to that effect.
Okay, thank you. And then the next point that you make under financial viabilities, overall, there is currently potential business amounting to US dollars 9.2 billion, US dollars 9.2 billion over the next 5 years that offers Denel lucrative opportunities within this region. Now, do you, again, with the benefit of hindsight, stand by the indication that you gave to the Minister of Finance at that stage, that in fact there was potential business of almost 10 billion US dollars?
Correct, Chairperson. You see how this submission, of course, is crafted by the executive.
Yeah.
They craft these submissions after a proper due diligence has been made, after they've discussed in their management committee. The business development has made input. And as you know, business, you take a chance. At that time, that market was the most growing market in the world.
The Asian
The
arms
Asian market, specifically the Indian market.
Right.
They were spending and there were requests for information in terms of a lot of the equipments that Denel produces. So there was a business case to say this is going to happen. I stand by what is written here.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like you to turn to now, please, is page 445. Have you got that?
I do.
That's a letter we see from the Ministry of Public Enterprises, and in fact signed on page 446 by Minister Lynn Brown.
4426.
446, yeah, that's where you find the signature.
You said 445.
I asked you to start with the letter. The letter is 2 pages long. It starts at 445 You
I
confirmed
have it.
you had that, and then I took you to 446, the next page of the letter, where it's concluded with a signature, apparently from Minister Lynn Brown, correct?
Correct.
And so this was a letter addressed to you by the Minister of Public Enterprises, because you're the addressee on page 445, correct?
Correct.
Now, just want to take you to, so it's headed PFMA section 54.2, pre-notification on the proposed formation of Denel Asia. This is part of the process leading up to the pursuit of a project which will involve a joint venture with a company which will involve overseas transactions and possible financial implications. Is that right?
Correct.
And now the Minister, you'll see at the foot of the page, there's a paragraph that starts just before ABCD. You see that?
Before ABC.
445, last paragraph. There's some subparagraphs A, B, C, D. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Just above that, the preamble reads this. In order to protect Denel's status as the holding company, the application should include, amongst other things, a comprehensive detailed business case to enable the Minister to express an opinion on the joint venture transaction. B, a comprehensive due diligence report on the financial, regulatory, legal requirement and regulatory laws governing foreign-owned entities in Hong Kong. Just to stop for a moment, that of course is because the corporate vehicle that was to be used for this joint venture was to be registered in Hong Kong, correct?
Correct.
C, funding plans, all the transaction documents, including the MOU and cooperation agreements. D, the process followed to select VR Laser as a partner of choice. And then there are a whole number of other requests that the Minister is made to you as chairperson. Do you recall receiving this request?
I did.
And was this series of information that is requested in those paragraphs that I've just read to you, was this in fact provided? Was
Correct,
the
it was
additional
provided.
information that was provided by you or who?
By the board.
By the board. Okay. Now please turn to page 391.
Yes.
This is a further letter from Denel, and you seem to be the person who signs it at the foot of the page, correct?
Correct.
And that's dated the 11th of December 2015. And that's
Correct.
addressed to the Minister of Finance, who by that stage was Mr. Des van Rooyen, correct?
Correct.
As we see the date of the letter at the top, it's typed 10 December, but you signed it on the 11th of December. And you say in paragraph, that's accompanied by the formal application that we see from page 392. Correct?
This is a summary.
That's a summary, right?
Yes. It's not a formal application. The formal application included
Right.
a lot of documents.
Okay. And then in paragraph 2.1 on page 392, this is what you say. You give reasons why the transaction was not proposed in the 2015-16 corporate plan, and these include Denel's previous blacklisting in India, correct?
Yes.
Now, in light of the financial risks that were prevalent and in the absence of the financial investment promised, in other words, if VR Laser Asia had not come up with the money that it promised, would this opportunity have sufficed for concluding the transaction in circumstances where it was not budgeted?
No. I repeat my answer. If
Okay.
there was no money from the VR Asia,
Yeah,
we were not even going to propose this transaction.
yeah. Now, where there was no provision in the corporate plan for this transaction, wouldn't it have been more reasonable to ensure that a proper financial due diligence was conducted?
Well, Chairperson, a proper financial due diligence was conducted, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise. They were given due diligence report which were conducted by parties here and parties in that jurisdiction. But let me repeat what I said in my opening, Chairperson. We're dealing with a business that has to survive on its own. It has got no guarantee of state work. So it's not like we all pay ESCOM for electricity. So there will be revenue coming from all of us. No, not even South African Defence Force is obliged to buy material from this company. So these are some of the things that I've highlighted to say the regulatory environment in which a business like this operates, where it has to go and fight with many defense companies with big budget, the regulatory environment is also contributing to hamstring the company development. So what we're trying to explain here is to give a rationale why this was not in the previous corporate plan. And the rationale was we were banned. So we could not have gone to a market where we were blacklisted because we were declared that we were corrupt. We were using corrupt means to enter into that market. So we were banned. We tried to get into that market for, 20, 25 years before I even came there. And that ban was just resolved, as I indicated on my evidence earlier. So that's why there was this decision.
But you say the due diligence report was, due diligence was conducted and the report was sent to the two ministers.
Yes, Chairperson, when you do the PFMA process, it's a very elaborative process. So you have to satisfy the two executive authority because you're asking a permission. So all the documents and things that the minister requested to have, she had all of it.
But let me just ask, at some stage your board made an application to the High Court. Would that report have been included in those papers by any chance? Do you remember, or is that something you don't remember?
No, I think some of the reports of due diligence report, I think in the evidence of Mr. Sakodi,
yeah,
I think some of it is included.
Yeah.
But again, Chairperson, this is the information within the company. And with respect to the process, Chairperson, I'm not here to make judgments on anything. I expected that this information will be before here and we talk on the basis of the documents. That's why in some of my reply, I attempted to attach some documents which I had.
Yeah.
So in short, what I'm saying to you, this is a very elaborative process where you have to satisfy the executive authority with documentation. The technocrats in the Treasury and then the Department of Public Enterprise to go through it and satisfy themselves that, yes, you make a case or not.
No, that's fine. It's just that I was under the impression that one or other witness had said there had been no such due diligence conducted. I may have been mistaken, but I was under that impression.
No, thorough due diligence.
It was done.
Yes.
Okay.
Why was there then litigation? If you satisfied all of these requirements to the satisfaction of the then ministers of public enterprise and finance, why did you find it necessary to litigate?
Well, the basis of the litigation, Chairperson, was with respect with national trade. And the basis of that litigation was that if you read the PFMA section 5.4, I think the last provision, it then says to you, if you submit this document, the request, and 30 days expires and you don't have the answer, you must assume that permission is given. But as a diligent board, because Treasury was not coming back, we then decided to have a declaratory order to say, in terms of that section, there is full compliance because there was just no engagement from National Treasury. And as I sit here today, I now know why there were no engagement. Just listening to the evidence which was given to this commission. This was the time of, in terms of the evidence before this commission, offers to certain people, changes of ministers and all of that. And unfortunately, we were viewed within that context because of the association with the parties who are implicated in those kind of activities. I now understand why there was just a dead silence.
Well, maybe something I think something that may have been mentioned by one or other witness was that it was interesting that Minister Denel was dismissed on the 9th of December 2015, and on the 10th, you wrote that letter to the new minister, Mr. Van Rooyen, the letter that we were looking at, dated 10 December 2015. I think some witness found that interesting to say how Nene is dismissed the previous day, and then first day of the new minister, here is a letter sent.
Well,
But I say nothing more than just that.
Yeah. Chair, with respect, I suppose that thinking is not objectively made because there's chronology of this history of this transaction when it started. So it did not start when Minister Van Rooyen was appointed. And as you know, the work of these companies, the work of government has to go on, whoever the minister is. So it had nothing to do with Minister Van Rooyen.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Then if we can turn, please, to page 391. Sorry, I think we've already done that. Yes, sorry, it's 413. Just a point of clarification. This is part of the submission that you made to the Minister, and you provide an income statement in 12.4. Now, what we just like clarification on, please, is whose income statement is that? Is that Denel's income statement? Is it VR Lasers South Africa's? Is it a VR Laser Asia? Is it something for the reflecting an income statement on income and expenditure in the past or projected for the future? What is it?
Well, Chairperson, I think if you read this page, it starts by saying Denel Asia forecast capabilities and market interests are promising. The business opportunity in reduced risk via partnership constitute a logical next step by Denel for entry into a new market. See Appendix F, which sets out markets and opportunity. So when you read in terms of the notes, I'm speaking under correction.
Right.
It seems these were probably the projection of income that business was going to have.
Because normally an income statement is a statement reflecting income that you have received and expenditure that you've incurred for a particular period in the past. But this, you're explaining, is in fact what would be projected as the expected or likely income and expenditure of the Asian joint ventures. Is that what you're saying?
Chairperson, I'm not emphatically saying so.
Okay.
As we speak, I'm trying to read what is here
That's fine.
to make what it is.
Fair enough. We just wanted
Yes.
clarification on
Yeah.
that. And then on this submission that you made to the minister, doesn't appear that there's any clear indication of the point at which VR Laser would make its investment or first injection of the operational costs money. Can you recall if that was in fact submitted?
With respect, Chairperson, the agreements between Denel and VR Asia were submitted to their respective authorities. And those agreements spell out how that investment will be made by VR and the obligation that Denel had towards that Denel Asia. So all of those documents were submitted.
Yeah. The Commission, of course, has heard evidence in relation to other controversial transactions on which you, no doubt, have no personal knowledge. But, for example, the example that's been given to me relates to Estina, where assurances were given to the minister there that there would be huge benefits to be derived, but ultimately, of course, the outcome may have been very different. Is that not something that is a matter of concern to you here, that assurances were given in very broad terms in this submission to the minister, and ultimately you didn't persuade the minister to approve the transaction based on those assurances?
Well, Chairperson, I think we are venturing into a very dangerous territory. What was said by other people about certain events has got nothing to do with the decisions we have made. We have made the decision based on thorough work that was done, and we were convinced that this was the best way to go, and we concluded on that. To ask me about Estina, I have no details of Estina.
No, I'm not asking you about the facts of Estina.
I don't know what was agreed with Estina. And Mr. Salim Issa, as far as I hear, is not part of the Estina matter. And Mr. Salim Issa was the only shareholder of VR Asia. So to ask me to say, look, certain promises were made in certain projects, in certain transactions, and was not made, I think I cannot deal with those matters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mantsha. I think you may have misunderstood my question, or perhaps I put it badly. But what I indicated was that you presumably couldn't deal with that. The reason why I raised it is simply that the Commission, in its wider scrutiny of various allegations, seems to us to have a concern, a possible concern, as to, or would like to have satisfactory evidence as to assurances that were given to the ministers at the time in relation to projects on the basis that they looked incredibly promising, but ultimately they never materialized. Your evidence, as I understand it, is that when you gave projections, assurances, or projections or assurances to the minister in relation to the Asian venture, you believed that they were properly motivated and would have been vindicated in due course, would have been achieved later if the transactions had been approved and then implemented. Is that right?
Well, it's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I sit here, I'm talking to the Chairperson of the Commission. As I've indicated a number of times, the Chairperson is experienced in matters like this. The Chairperson will listen to the evidence and will follow that evidence. The mere fact that certain things were said by other people, I don't see it as a basis of making conclusion without looking at this specific evidence that I'm talking about. So I think that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what you say, but I think Mr. Kennedy may be saying what he says about Estina, knowing that you might not be able to comment, but simply because, for example, the commission might be hearing evidence that suggests that certain persons seem to have featured in various transactions under different work streams. And sometimes it might appear as if a pattern can be seen to say, oh, this is what happened and this is how it happened there. Here, maybe it looks like there are similar features and you can see certain personalities that are common. But you yourself might be able to say, look, I don't know anything about that. We made our decision based on what was before us.
Indeed, Chairperson,
Yeah.
I made a point that Mr. Salim is, as far as I know, is not related to the Estina matter.
Yeah.
And this is the person we're dealing with here.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mantsha, just a couple of further points in the papers. Can I ask you to turn please to page 443?
Indeed, Chairperson.
Now this, halfway down, is an email from Keromomang Mshlongu. I hope I've done some fair justice to the pronunciation of her first name. And that, according to her email address, shows that she's from, in fact, further down it says she's from the registry, she or he is from the registry for the Ministry of Public Enterprise. You see that?
Yes, I do. Are
It's
you on 44?
443, second half of the page.
443, yes, yes.
And it's an email sent by Mr. or Ms. Mshlongu on the 23rd of November, 2015. And it's addressed to yourself, is that right?
Correct.
In fact, at your attorney's firm email addresses, as well as an email address at Denel, and there are copies to Denel officials such as Mr. Nchepe. You see that?
Correct.
And what she says is, on behalf of Minister Lynn Brown, Minister of Public Enterprises, kindly find attached letter on the above-mentioned subject for your attention. And the subject we see in the heading, subject, PFMA Section 54.2, pre-notification on the proposed formation of Denel Asia. So that was the process that we were looking at a moment ago, not so.
Correct.
When you were making a submission, the Minister Brown then sent a letter back to you saying, I need the following information, etc.
Correct.
Right. Now, the question is this. Look, please, at the previous page 442. The very top email in this chain. You appear to have forwarded the Minister's correspondence with yourself, which was copied to various Denel officials. You appear to have forwarded a copy. You see the top email? It's from Dan, info at Lugisani, Mantsha, attorneys, etc. That's from yourself.
I see, Chairperson, yes.
And it appears from this that you forwarded the Minister's letter to you, which was a letter from the ministry responsible for Denel as a state-owned enterprise, concerning your application to the ministry for approval or authority or pre-notification as a preliminary step under Section 54.2 of the PFMA. You forwarded that to, again, this very same Mr. Ashu Chawla that we were discussing earlier. And of course, we've seen from the earlier evidence was part of the Gupta business enterprise. Can you explain why you forwarded a minister's official letter to you in your official capacity as chairperson of a state-owned enterprise, the NEL, to a senior official of the Gupta business empire?
Well, Chairperson, this letter was forwarded as per the instruction of Mr. Issa, who at the point he was with this individual. So he asked us to forward to that address because He was at that address. And the reason why it was forwarded to Mr. Issa via Mr. Chwala's email address, it was simply because this matter relates to the partnership that as Denel, we were making with him. There are direct questions from this letter from the minister, which require his input for us in order to satisfy the minister. He had interest in the matter. He was a partner in the matter, so he had every right to see what was happening and to assist in reply. So it was forwarded to that address as per his instruction for his attention.
But wasn't the Gupta business of involving particularly Mr. Essa, that wasn't part of the process to give pre-authorization notification to the minister under the PFMA. PFMA places the obligation on the state entity concerned, in this case Denel.
Well, if you look at the provision that we're talking about, when you enter into a partnership, you must request for a permission from the executive authority. And what is happening here? You have got Denel and you have got VR Asia entering into the partnership. So Denel had every right to know what the minister was saying, as much as the potential partner had every right to know what the minister was saying at the time, and to try to do everything possible to satisfy the minister's request.
If I can take you now finally to page 468, that's your letter to Minister Nene, the then Minister of Finance, that we looked at earlier, correct? You recall we dealt with that earlier?
Yes.
And that was dated the 29th of October, 2015. That appears also to have been forwarded to Mr. Chawla, if one looks at the emails that you sent on page 466 and 467. Would your explanation be the same, that this was all part of correspondence that they should have been privy to?
Yes, Mr. Issa.
So you would deny any suggestion that this is an indication that Mr. Essa, part of the Gupta empire, was unusually involved and played a very active part in what should have been, in one perspective, a matter just between the state entity concerned and the department and the Minister of Public Enterprise?
No, it's not correct. This matter related to Mr. Issa Denel Asia. So he had every right to know about this matter.
Thank you. May I just have a moment? Thank you, Chair, and may I thank Mr. Mantsha for his giving evidence and also for his legal team for their role in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantsha, for availing yourself, and to your attorney as well for being able to come to be here until this time. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would have loved to probably do a re-examination on one or two issues, but I understand, Chairperson, that the people waiting outside. But I think I've made the point relating to those payments of the settlement, what was considered. I think it's up to the Chairperson.
Okay, no. If you would like that, I'm sure that wouldn't take long, and that we could arrange maybe for a very brief time. Do you have an idea how long you might need?
It was just specifically one issue when I said the potential. We were also trying to establish a potential litigation which we could have paid, which we could have paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
And what I raised later was, as explained in the board minutes of the 10th, was the so-called verbal undertaking by the minister to renew the contract.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Salucci is one.
so there were a lot of things that we have taken. Unfortunately, the other side of the record is not here, but let me take this opportunity, Chairperson, to thank you and thank Mr. Kennedy. You see, unfortunately, we could have said a lot. I mean, you know, and of course, to the esteemed board members that I served with, who
Yes.
have done extremely very well under difficult circumstances, and the executive. But I thank you for the opportunity,
Yes, yes.
and thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes,
and,
but
and all the best.
yes, what I want to do is, if you do feel that there are some matters you would have liked to clarify, I would like to make some time for you to get that opportunity. So I'm checking on maybe on another day, because my sense is that it wouldn't take long. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you,
Maybe an
Chairperson.
hour
I
or
will
something.
consult with the
Consult
legal
with
team.
him. Okay,
And
cool.
if there's any need, Chairperson,
Yeah.
we will ask for your indulgence, but thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah, be in touch with the legal team. Obviously, there is not much time left, so you'd have to come back to them quite quickly. I have a sense that it wouldn't be a lot of time. Maybe we won't need more than an hour. Does that more or less?
Now, I think
You will
I'm
consult.
the creature of
Yeah. Okay,
an
all right.
advice from my legal team.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so
You
they
will advise the legal team of the commission, indicate how much time you think might be needed, what issues, if necessary.
Yeah, they
may
might
be.
well say, look, you don't
You
need
might
anything.
say you are fine. You know,
Yes.
I just don't want you to feel that in the rush to finish everything, something you wanted to clarify, you were not given a chance.
No,
to clarify.
Chairperson, I'm not thinking like that. Thank
Yes,
you very
okay,
much.
okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantsha, and thank you to your attorney. You are now both excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy and
Thank you, Chair.
Ms.
That completes
Ms.
the evidence
Molefe.
for today for the
today.
Denel stream. There is an
Yes.
indication that the Chair may want one further witness to be called in due
Yes,
course.
yes.
But subject to that, that is the evidence that the Denel team wishes
Denel
to,
team,
to
yes.
lead before you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. And thank you very much to your team, and the investigators as well, who have been involved in Denel. Thank you very much. But as you say, there is a possibility of another witness, but for now, this is the Denel evidence.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You will be excused. I will take a short adjournment to enable the next work stream to set up, and then we'll continue with the ESCOM work stream.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We adjourn.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you. I think these are all your files. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Selega. Good evening, everybody.
Evening, Chairperson.
Are you ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Good evening, Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Chair.
The oath or affirmation you took yesterday will continue to apply today.
Noted, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Chair? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure what Mr. Seleka is going to lead.
Yeah.
But I thought we needed to start with the affidavit that we promised to deal with
the
yesterday. Mr. Yebo Amanankwa's affidavit.
Oh, yes. That's also
You
fine.
recall, Mr. Chair, that we had deferred this affidavit from yesterday.
Well, I don't remember the name, but I remember there was some reference to
Yes.
some affidavit, yeah.
It's a very difficult name, Chair. But what I wanted to do, Chairperson, just before we get to that affidavit, was to explain what my learned friend was saying. It's a redacted statement of Dr. Wise that they got. I have ascertained that that was a different work stream. When Dr. Wise was called last year, he was called by a different work stream.
The money flow work
That's
stream,
correct.
yeah.
And I know that the practice is that you give a witness either the affidavit insofar as he's implicated, or you refer them to the relevant paragraphs where they are implicated. So they would have followed that practice. As I indicated to the chairperson, I do it differently. I give the entire affidavit to the witnesses to avoid this type of things. Similarly with the affidavit which Mr. Anod Singh is referring to, the affidavit doesn't implicate Mr. Singh. But there's evidence in it that I think is relevant to place on record as part of the evidence that the Commission has obtained. And my intention was to read certain paragraphs from that affidavit that shows certain information. Whether Mr. Singh is able to comment on that or not, it really depends on him. And if he wishes to deal with it, he can do so in writing by way of an affidavit. I see that he has it opened and he would like to...
Well, it must, reference to it must come at the right time.
Yes.
In the context of whatever the story is.
That's correct.
So that's important.
Yes.
So I don't know what the right time is, but if now is the right time, all I'm saying is might not help much to refer to it now outside of the context in which it should be referred to, or if you set out what the context is, then refer to it. That will help.
Yeah. I would prefer to do it in due course.
Yeah. Okay.
Because, you know, we have a limited time this evening.
Yeah.
And
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think because of the limited time, if you are able to do it this evening, do it. All I'm saying is we must have the context when we get to it.
Yes, Chair.
If it's not possible to do it today within the context in which it must be done, obviously it must be done as soon as possible.
Yes.
I'm sure that should be fine with you, Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Chair, the context of the affidavit, as I understood, Advocate Seleka's line of thinking yesterday was to close off the corporate plan.
Oh, by the way, yesterday you wanted to close off a certain issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this relates to that point.
You're in a position to do that now, today. Okay. Well, Mr. Selega, he has just reminded me that you had asked him a question and he was keen to respond to it, and as he put it, close off that issue. But his counsel preferred that we shouldn't do that. So he seems raring to go. But I'm not saying do that now. I'm just saying remember that you had asked him a question. He was keen to answer it. It wasn't answered
Yes.
because his counsel said they needed time.
Yes.
So in terms of the transcript, whoever reads will come to that point, and then if
Yes.
they see that now today we go on to something else, it will look strange.
Yes. Mr. Singh, you can refer us to the page number there.
Mr. Chair, I have,
You have it loosely.
sorry?
You have it loosely,
Yes.
not in the bundle.
No, not in the bundle.
Person, I think what Mr. Singh has done is taken the copy that we got and just have regard to that. So maybe with your permission, if he can keep his copy next to him, because I think he's made his own glossy on it, and then make reference to the bundle, if we can work with it in that manner.
Yes, I don't have it here in my bundle, Mr. Selegasnet.
It is in the bundle.
It is
Chair.
in the bundle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
ESCOM bundle 14C,
ESCOM bundle 14.
14 bracket C.
Oh, okay, okay.
Page 702.174. Seven oh two 174.
Mr. Safrowatu Yeboah Amankwa. Huh? Yeah,
That's a good try, Chair.
it's challenging. Okay, I guess we should start with the question you had put to him that he wanted to answer and close off a particular issue.
Yeah, there wasn't a specific question in relation to the affidavit, Chair. What I did for Mr. Singh was to put versions coming from this affidavit, which then he could or comment on them if he had something to say, because the affidavit doesn't necessarily implicate him. So the affidavit would show, if I may, Mr. Amankwa would indicate, let's go to paragraph 5.2. So, Chair, let me start, just for context purposes. Paragraph 1.4 of Mr. Amankwa's affidavit. So he says, I'm a senior
What's the
partner.
page number?
Page 702.176.
Okay.
Mr. Singh, you are there?
Paragraph 5.2.
Paragraph 1.4.
1.4.
Yes. So Mr. Amankwa tells the reader who he is, a senior partner at McKinsey Company, currently based in Washington. From November 2011 to August 2018, I was a senior partner in the South African office. From September 2014 to August 2018, I was the location manager of McKinsey's South Africa office. And then he goes on to mention certain things about himself. Then on page 702.185, paragraph 5.2, Chairperson. It's under the heading under paragraph 5 with a heading, the corporate plan project. And 5.1 says in mid-2015, Eskom faced operational and financial challenges that were negatively impacting the South African economy. And he gives the examples. And 5.2 says, historically, McKinsey had been less involved in drafting Eskom's corporate plan, an annually compiled document that Eskom is required to submit to National Treasury in compliance with its legislative duties. Because Eskom had internal resources and personnel who were experienced in such matters. So these were some of the things I was drawing to Mr. Singh's attention. Then he carries on to say, Mr. Amankwa, however, McKinsey was asked to become more involved in drafting Eskom's corporate plan for financial years 2016-2017 and 2017-2018 years when Eskom had a new management team with less experience and institutional knowledge about Eskom. The new management team therefore sought out McKinsey's objectivity and years of experience supporting Eskom to assist them. And Chair, when one reads this portion with the affidavit of Dr. Wise, you see that the new management, in particular, is been referring to Mr. Arnold Singh and Mr. Brian Molefe. So the one point from here was that there's an acknowledgement on the part of a senior official of McKinsey that Eskom, in fact, had internal resources and personnel who were experienced in these matters of the corporate plan. And so Mr. Singh could then either comment on this, because this doesn't really implicate. Should we take it step by step like this, Mr. Singh? Can I do so?
Maybe it would be better if you...
Should I
Yes.
complete it? Okay. Because let's go to paragraph 5.8 on the next page, page 702.187.
What paragraph, sir?
5.8. So there he says the corporate plan was finalized on 26 February 2016 as part of distilling the plan for approval. McKinsey helped draft a presentation about the corporate plan for submission to the Department of Public Enterprises. Now here, Mr. Singh, that date is significant. And is significant for the reason of the documentation, which is a correspondence between you and McKinsey, which I shared with you just before we started. Chair, may I introduce that documentation? I had said I may not refer to it today, but now that we are dealing with this, it may be significant that I do so. I have shared with my learned friend and Mr. Singh a letter which Mr. Singh had addressed to McKinsey on the 19th of February 2016, and McKinsey's response to his letter. I will refer to it now for a different purpose because of the significance of that date of the 26th. And I beg leave to hand it up. I see the orderly is not here.
Well, let me give approval for your junior to bring it.
Thank you.
I said your junior can bring it. Yeah. I thought you you could just come straight. Oh, here she is. This is what happens. Just the whole day, whenever you are needed, you are here, and you are out for 1 minute, then you are needed. Okay, now, what is this, Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. The first page of this document is a letter on ESCOM's logo or letterhead. It's a letter dated 19 February 2016. It comes from Mr. Singh. It is addressed to Dr. Alexander Wise of McKinsey and Company. In this letter, Chairperson, the subject line is Top Consultants Program, Risk-Based Contract Proposal and Negotiations. Now that specifically relates to this MSA that we started going into last night. The letter reads, ESCOM understands that the intended BEE partner to McKinsey & Co. is Regiment's Group. We also further note that Regiment's Group is in the process of transition and that the ultimate BEE partner would be Trillion Group. ESCOM would like McKinsey to provide a response relating to an article published on page 9 of the Financial Mail regarding allegations associated with Mr. Mohammed Bobat, a former employee of Regiment. Further to the above, ESCOM seeks a response to key issues raised by myself at a meeting with McKinsey that took place on 9 February 2016 relating to the objectives of the above-mentioned proposed contract. The issues are as follows. Now, you would see, Chair, that proposal are used in this letter, which is on the 19th of February 2016. I have told Mr. Arnaud Singh that on the face of this letter, I'm saying this just to get it out of the way, and Mr. Singh will deal with it. On the face of the letter, dated 19 February 2016, it shows that he would have known that the MSA was not yet signed on the face of the letter. And then he sets out the issues that he wishes to have addressed. They are numbered 1 to 5. And then on the next page he says, your urgent response within 7 days on the above issues will be appreciated. The signing of the proposed contract, there's the word again, is contingent upon the receipt of satisfactory responses to the above requests. And he signs that letter. On the next page, Chair, is a response from McKinsey. That response is dated 25 February 2016. The letter addressed to Mr. Arnaud, replying specifically to his letter of the 19th of February 2016. Now, this date, then, is what is significant for what we have just read in Mr. Amankwa's affidavit. Because on Mr. Amankwa's version, by the 26th of February 2016, the corporate plan is finalized. And he would go on to say in this affidavit that by the end of the month, it was approved by the ESCOM board and National Treasury. Here in this letter of reply on the 21st, the day before the finalization of the corporate plan, the chairperson would see that McKinsey is still saying, we are not prepared to subcontract with Trillion until we have certain criteria met, because they are still subjected to a global review assessment. They can't deal with us yet. And that's what you see in this letter. So it says, Dear Mr. Singh, Top Consultants Program, many thanks to your letter dated 19 February regarding our proposal to serve Eskom on this critical program, and your request that we respond to the Financial Mail article referring to Regiment's capital. And that's important again, because that's the entity they were dealing with at the time. We have also described our overall thinking on involving BEE firms and our support to you on the Top Consultants Program. Our approach to involving supply development partners on our support to you. It says, as discussed with you and set out in our proposal to you, we are committed to working with supply development partners on the Top Consultants Program. Our partnering approach, which is grounded in our professional practices and risk management philosophy, is designed to ensure that. And he gives 3 bullet points. In the interest of time, I want to move on, Chair. The last paragraph on this page says, we will put in place checks that ensure that assurance on each of these dimensions was maintained through the implementation of the program, with an option to modify or terminate arrangements of material issues arose. Then you turn the page, reflections on issues raised in Financial Mail article. I will skip that because that deals with, well, let me read it here. Let me read it. It says, we have been informed by Mr. Eric Wood that Regiment's capital management advisory business is transitioning ownership to Trillion Capital Partners. Our diligence processes for partnering and subcontracting include, amongst others, that we are fully appraised of the composition of our partners, including with respect to. Now, Chair, that statement is important, written on the 25th of February 2016. They are only then been informed that there is a transition to take place. Then he says, partners including with respect, shareholding of holding companies, ultimate beneficial shareholders, related parties.
I'm sorry. Well, they don't say, do they? They only record that they have been informed, but they don't say when they were informed, isn't it?
Yes, no, they don't say exactly when.
Yeah.
They have been informed,
Yeah.
and they are writing this on the 25th, but you will see how they deal.
And what would be true
Yes, Chair.
is that they put the act of transitioning in the present tense,
Yes.
so that one could justifiably understand that irrespective of when they had been informed at the time of writing the letter, they understood the transitioning to be still in the process and not to be completed.
Yes.
Okay.
There's an aspect which becomes even more significant, Chair, if we carry on. He says, this is to provide assurance that, I was reading, that we are fully appraised of the composition of our partners, including with respect to shareholding of holding companies.
Sorry, where are you reading now?
I'm now on the bullet points, the first bullet points on the second page.
Okay.
Under the heading Reflections on Issues Raised in Financial Mail article.
Okay, all right.
Shareholding of holding companies, ultimate beneficial shareholders, related parties and group companies, e.g. significant lenders, executive management team and other key men dependencies for both the company and group companies. This is to provide assurance that, among other considerations, neither Eskom nor McKinsey have exposure to politically exposed persons. In the case of supply development relations in South Africa, we are additionally required to ensure that partners/subcontractors meet 3 additional criteria: majority black ownership, majority black management and staff, or a clear and committed plan to deliver this outcome, capability and capacity to execute work and deliver benefits that are commensurate with the share of the fees earned. We can confirm that we will not be able to commence, not to continue, but to commence a relationship with Trillion or any other partner/subcontractor until these criteria have been met and approved by our global risk and legal teams. We have requested the above information from Trillion and have been assured that this will be made available to us before 1 March 2016. We have also expressed our concern to Mr. Wood about the article, and he has assured us that he will issue a satisfactory response to the above date. Now, the important part again, Chair, is that statement which they make, we can confirm that we will not be able to commence a relationship with Trillion or any other partners until these criteria have been met and approved by our global risk and legal teams. And ultimately, the letter which we read last night, the one of the 30th March 2016, makes reference to these 2 correspondents. And then they finally informed ESCOM that they are terminating relationship with Trillion. So when on the face of this documentation, and specifically the dates, with the date of the 26th February 2016, which Mr. Amankwa says was the final date, or the date when the corporate plan was finalized, the picture emerges quite clearly that one cannot make the conclusion that Trillion was involved in the corporate plan when McKinsey was writing at this stage saying we can't commence a relationship with them until they have met this criteria. And Mr. Singh, of course, can comment on that. Let me carry on. Back to the affidavit of
Mr. Singh, are you still fine with him carrying on before you comment, or would you like
sir,
to comment? You want him to finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
I'm making notes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Then shall we go to page 702.212.
Sorry, when McKinsey says in this letter
Yes, Chair.
that they will not have a partnership or relationship with
Trillion.
they say Trillion or regiments, or is Trillion.
Yes.
We can confirm that we will not be able to commence a relationship with Trillion or any other partner subcontractor until these criteria have been met and approved by our global risk and legal teams. Is this meant to say we will not, they would not have that relationship with them under the MSA, or does this also refer to the corporate plan?
This refers to the MSA, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
To the MSA.
Okay, all right. Okay, continue.
And if you turn the last page, you will see that the letter is signed, at the very last page, is signed by Dr. Alexander Weiss and another gentleman who is a managing partner in Africa. So,
Yes.
but and Mr. Singh will explain this, Chair, because we have gathered the evidence from various affidavits that show that there was no partnership between the two companies, McKinsey and Trillion, while McKinsey was subjecting Trillion to this global review assessment. So that also will impact on the corporate plan, as said by other witnesses. Then I was going back to the affidavit.
Going to go there before Mr. Singh comments, or
Yeah, he was saying I should proceed.
Yeah, please proceed.
okay?
Is that, yeah, you will have a mouthful to deal with. It's better you do it as and when I raise a point. Not raise a point, but put a version.
Yeah, but all that which you want to read is in support of a particular point, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
One point, or maybe two.
Well, for instance, here we've seen 2 points.
Yeah, yeah.
One is that...
Well, maybe Mr. Singh comment now. If he later on reads something else, then we can take it from there.
Mr. Chair, the affidavit of Mr. Amankwa is structured in such a way that he deals with stuff at the front and then at the back. So if we're going to deal with it, I would suggest we take Advocate Selega's points, and then I deal with it holistically.
Okay, continue then, Mr. Selega.
Okay, Chair.
Yeah.
Then I would refer Mr. Singh to, should we...
You need to tell me whether you want me to admit this and it be slotted in somewhere, or you want to do that later about its admission.
Can I do so later, Chair?
In due course,
In
yeah.
due course, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Don't forget.
Yeah. Don't forget.
We will trust that.
You're cautioning me, I think.
No, she assures us she will not forget.
Yeah, no, I won't, Chair.
Yeah.
Then a paragraph, and I'm trying my best to go to the most relevant ones.
Only thing bad about not admitting it now is that somebody who will read the transcripts will see that you are reading from a document, but they don't know how to identify that document and where it is to be found.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Let us admit it. Let me do it now, Chairperson. And I will make it part, or beg leave to have it made part of this ESCOM bundle 14 bracket C.
So it's going to be, because it's 2 letters, isn't it?
These 2 letters.
So it's going to be 2 exhibits.
Yes.
Yeah.
And let me see what. Yeah.
Is it possible to arrange for the top one to also be like the bottom one? You see, it's horizontal.
Yes.
So it should be vertical, then it will be easier when one is paging through and
I will
wants to
do
read
so.
it.
I will beg leave to have them admitted as 2 separate exhibits for present purposes, to be marked, the first one, Exhibit 33.1, which is the letter dated 19 February 2016 from Mr. Anoj, Mr. Singh.
Okay, right. And the second one?
The second one then is Exhibit U33.2.
U30?
33.2.
Oh, so the other one is U33.1.
Correct.
I thought you said Exhibit 33.1, and I wasn't sure whether there shouldn't be a letter before.
Oh, Exhibit U30. And we will paginate them accordingly. We will paginate them from the last document in this bundle.
Yeah, well, where we are going to slot them, we should be able to say what pages that will be, so that will help whoever reads. So the letter from Mr. Anuj Singh, Chief Financial Officer of ESCOM, to Dr. Alexander Weiss of McKinsey and Company, dated 19 February 2016, will be admitted as an exhibit and marked Exhibit U33.1. And the letter from Dr. Alexander Weiss, Director of McKinsey, as well as Mr. Georges Devaux, Managing Partner Africa of McKinsey and Company, dated 25 February 2016 and addressed to Mr. Anuj Singh, Group CFO, ESCOM, will be admitted and as an exhibit and marked as Exhibit U83.2. Okay, and where should they be slotted?
Thank you. They will go into, they will go as pages.
My registrar will note, and then she will slot them in, but for the record, you can just say where they will go.
As pages 877.156.
That is the first letter.
That is the first letter, Chair.
Which has
2 pages.
2 pages.
So it's 1.156 and 0.157.
Yeah.
And then the next letter will start from page 877.158 to 877.163.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I see that we are at nearly 20 past 7 before Mr. Singh answers one question.
Absolutely.
Chairperson, I think we must try and push as far as we can at this point with this particular issue.
Yeah, but it will depend on your situation. We don't want to...
No, I think we must try and deal with this particular issue today.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Then back to the affidavit, Chairperson, page 702.212. Paragraph 20.
Yes.
Now, paragraph 20.1, 20, the heading is trillion. 20.1 reads, there has been significant public confusion surrounding the interactions between McKinsey and Trillion at ESCOM. This is something I would like to put right in the interaction set out below. At the outset, however, it is important to note the following general observations relating to Trillion. First, Trillion held itself out in correspondence with McKinsey as the successor to the consulting business of regiments, which had already undertaken work at ESCOM. Second, McKinsey never made any payments to Trillion and never had a contract with Trillian. The reason why McKinsey never contracted with Trillian as a supplier development partner, as discussed further below, is that Trillian failed McKinsey's due diligence in February-March 2016. And that's one significant point emerging again, Chair, from, well, the outcome of what they say was the global review risk assessment they were doing in respect of Trillian.
Yes.
Shall I proceed third on the next page?
I didn't hear the point you made just before.
Oh.
Now, what did you say?
The second, it relates to the second point he's making there, Chair.
Where?
If you go back to 702.
20.2.
Point 2, that's right.
Yeah.
Where he
I've seen.
says, second, McKinsey never made any payments to Trillian and never had a contract with Trillian.
Yeah.
The reason why McKinsey never contracted with Trillian as a supplier development partner, as discussed further below, is that Trillian failed McKinsey's due diligence process in February-March 2016.
That on the face of it would suggest that they didn't have a contract with Trillian even in regard to the capital plan,
Correct.
corporate plan.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That, and he goes to say other things. The next page, the third point, a comparison between what Trillian personnel advised McKinsey at the time and what has now emerged years later indicates that Trillian at the time repeatedly withheld from McKinsey information about Trillian's true ownership structure and its connections to a Gupta family associate, Mr. Salim Essa. Then the fourth point, McKinsey did not authorize any payments made by Eskom to Trillian. Any payments by Eskom to Trillian were made by Eskom after McKinsey informed Eskom that Trillian had failed McKinsey's due diligence. He refers to the letter that we have traversed last night, the letter of the 9th of February 2016, with conditions that were not met. Well, I can read that because he does say that. Yeah? In brackets, he says, as discussed further below, McKinsey's 9 February 2016 letter did not provide authorization for Eskom to pay Trillian, as the conditions set out in the letter had not been met. This fact has been acknowledged by Eskom and its council. They're referring to a litigation that subsequently was instituted between McKinsey and Eskom. So the takeaway point there is really on the second point Mr. Amankoa is making, that there was never an agreement between McKinsey and Trillian.
But in the next paragraph, 20.1,
Yes, Chair.
they talk about having worked with Trillian.
That initially, it was anticipated that regiments...
So they might not have had a formal contract, but they seem to have worked together
Yes.
as ESCOM,
Yes,
according to paragraph 20.1.
yes. And
So one doesn't know exactly what this person is talking about. Was on the one hand, we have never had a contract, but then now says they work together with Trillian at ESCOM.
yes.
Mm.
Chair, you will bear in mind the evidence of Ms. Goodson, in respect of which Trillian had subcontractors from the 1st of March 2016. And they got involved in certain of the projects that are envisaged under the MSA that was to be concluded. And he talked about E-Gateway and another subcontractor, but she also mentioned employees or independent contractors who were brought from India and Arab Emirates, serving in certain projects of envisaged in the MSA. Yeah. So, but what is clear is that there was no formal contract between the two entities.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I could stop there because the further paragraphs, he goes into the details of what he has summarized.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Singh?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I think in addressing the first point, we have to go back to page 702.185.
Point 185.
Point 185, and I will also deal with point 186 at the same time. Mr. Chair, I think the first point to note is
I'm
that...
sorry.
Sorry.
Did you say we must go to page 702.185?
Point 185?
That's the page.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And I think Mr. Advocate Seleka referred us to paragraph 5.2
Okay.
Yes.
as being the first issue that he would like us to respond to.
To postpone.
No, to respond to.
Or to respond to, yeah.
Yes.
Just speak up a bit.
Mr. Chair, the first point that I would like to raise is that Mr. Amankua, albeit has given us his brief resume regarding his experience in the McKinsey office in Johannesburg. I must record that he actually didn't have any hands-on experience at ESCOM, because I actually think he may have actually come to ESCOM once, if I recall. So that's the first point to be made, Mr. Chair. In terms of 5.2, Mr. Chair, the context within which the point was led by Advocate Seleka, I think, loses its merit because it's read in without the full context.
Can I say this, Mr. Singh?
Yes, sir.
If you are able to say, this is the point I'm making, and I'm going to the page or paragraph to show support for that point, that would help.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, if you are able to do it that way. For example, like saying it's not true that there was no agreement between McKinsey and Trillian. Here is what I want to refer to in regard to that kind of thing. I mentioned that because in that letter of theirs, McKinsey, in their letter to you, repeatedly they give the impression or say so expressly that there was no agreement between them and Trillian. So if you say no, you don't accept that, and you want to refer somewhere to support that, that would help. So if we know the point first, then we go to the material that will help.
Sure, sir. The point that, in taking your guidance, Chair, the point that Advocate Seleka tried to make was that ESCOM had internal resources to develop the corporate plan.
Yes.
And I'm basically saying I do not agree with that, Mr. Chair, because the comment that has been made is not read in the context of the rest of the affidavit. So if you look at, for example, the rest of the paragraph,
At 5.2.
at 5.2,
Yeah.
basically you see that in Mr.
want to
Amukwa's
read the
words,
relevant
ESCOM was
parts?
facing, if I just read, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it starts with, in addition, ESCOM was facing a dual challenge of rising costs and load shedding affecting the economy and required a comprehensive strategy on how to deal with these challenges in a way that would support the South African economy. The corporate plan developed with McKinsey created a fundamental shift in approach for ESCOM, moving from a cost-reflective path to a design-to-cost strategy with a tariff path that would be more supportive of the South African economy. This required providing global expertise on energy markets, trends, sharing levers for improvement based on international utility experience, ongoing change management within the organization, and expertise on implementing the planned turnaround. 5.3. McKinsey's mandate under the corporate plan was to develop a strategy that would help ESCOM recover from its challenging financial crisis, cost greater than revenue, and its precarious operational situation preventing load shedding. McKinsey started work on the corporate plan in October 2015 in close collaboration with the ESCOM team. And then, Mr. Chair, in 5.4, paragraph 5.4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which goes on to the next page, he deals with the elements of the corporate plan. The corporate plan project served as a viable strategic plan to chart a path for ESCOM's return to supportive economic growth.
You're reading from paragraph
This is paragraph 5.5.
5.5, yeah. Just for the record, yeah.
It was informed by industry benchmarks and supported by ESCOM management, ESCOM's board, and key stakeholders such as Department of Public Enterprises. 5.6, Mr. Chair, he goes on further to say that there were 47 McKinsey consultants and experts devoted to over 8,300 hours to the project. And he goes on to explain that he interacted with certain key stakeholders within ESCOM. Within ESCOM.
So, Mr. Singh, let me ask you before you go further.
Can I complete? I've got 2 more paragraphs.
Yeah, but you can take it point by point so that I don't forget.
Yeah.
Because you have
Okay.
yours ready.
Okay, yes. All right, all right.
So, are you saying you are denying Mr. Amankwa's allegation that ESCOM had internal resources and personnel who were experienced in such matters?
Yes, sir.
Are you denying the allegation that McKinsey started work on the corporate plan in close collaboration with ESCOM's teams?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the reason why I deny these allegations, Mr. Chair, firstly, is because of the evidence that I've laid before the Commission regarding the quality of the previous year's corporate plan, which I've laid extensively at the Commission. Secondly, Mr. Chair, if you have regard for paragraph 5.9, which states, ESCOM has also argued in the ESCOM review proceedings that the corporate plan work was done internally at ESCOM and that the contract was not entered into lawfully. So let's leave the part around the lawful part, but then it goes on to say, McKinsey disputes these assertions. Whilst McKinsey worked closely with ESCOM personnel on all parts of the corporate plan, McKinsey was responsible for the integrating of these inputs and ensuring the plan was completed according to the suggestions of the ESCOM executives as well as the board as well as public enterprise. So, Mr. Chair, the context of the allegation that ESCOM had the resources to conduct it or compile the corporate plan versus what you see at 5.9 is at odds with each other, as well as the way Mr. Amankwa sets out the extent to which McKinsey had deployed resources to complete the corporate plan. So that's the point in terms of where we deal with the issue of paragraph 5.2.
May I ask you as you proceed, where do you, or are you going to answer it, where do you put trillion in that scenario?
Mr. Chair, the allegation was ESCOM had internal personnel to do the work. So I addressed that per the paragraphs I've referred to. The issue of trillion, I think we will now pick up. Then I think you went to paragraph 5.8. Mr. Select. Sorry, Chair. Mr. Chair, this related to the corporate plan being finalized on the 26th of February 2016. And this issue relates to the letter that Mr. Seleka had read into the
letters that we have just dealt with.
That we've just dealt with, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, in terms of the letter itself and the implications thereof, I've been advised that we should request that we should deal with this letter once we've had an opportunity to look at the letter in the context of the rest of the information that we have available to us. But having said that, Mr. Chair, I can deal with very briefly the issue of the letter. I think the letter makes it quite clear.
The letter being the McKinsey letter to you or your letter to them?
I think both, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
That it was an obvious
The
point.
reason why I want to specify is so that whoever reads, if they want to go and look at the letter you talk about, they know which one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
An obvious point is, Mr. Chair, that the letters obviously refer to the MSA. And I will deal later with the fact that there is a distinction between the MSA and the corporate plan. So that's in terms of 5.8. And then, Mr. Chair, then we needed to go to paragraph 20.1. And I just want to check if I have any additional notes between 5.8 and 20.1 that I would like to bring to the attention of the chairperson. Mr. Amankwa does deal with the MSA, Mr. Chair. And in the interest of time, and given the fact that we wanted to close the corporate plan, I think we'll deal with the corporate plan issues now, and if there is a need to come back to the affidavit linked to the MSA, we'll come back.
Okay. Mr. Selega is the one who knows exactly what points he wanted you to deal with. So, Mr. Singh is saying
Yes, Chair.
he would like to deal with the issues related to the corporate plan and close that off today, but to the extent that he needs to deal with the MSA, that can be dealt with later. I think that's what you are saying, Mr. Singh.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Okay. I think he must be saying that because of the issue we discussed in chambers about the need to do
Yes.
only an hour.
I'm not sure whether that's the reason, Chair.
Well, maybe it's not the reason.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I do deal with the issues of the
MSA.
MSA as it relates to this, then
Yes.
it will be contrary to the fact that you wanted it to be in context of how we're dealing with it.
Okay,
Okay.
so it's a different reason.
Yes.
So Mr. Selega is right. It's a different reason, okay. Okay.
Mr.
So you
Chair,
are
then-
now going to deal with the corporate plan,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
okay.
In terms of paragraph 20.1, Mr. Chair, I think that was the next.
20.1 at page 702.213,
Yes.
yeah.
That's good. I think that was the next one that Mr. Advocate Seleka wanted me to deal with.
Well, Mr. Selega, the points about the corporate plan are simply about who rendered the services, trillion or regiments.
Yes,
That's the real point.
yes. And who was paid?
Yeah, it's common cause who was paid, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah. So okay. I just wanted to make sure we are all on the same page as to what point you are
Yeah.
you seek to deal with under the corporate plan issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
As it relates to the paragraphs that I was referred to by Advocate Seleka, 20.1.1,
I don't have
Which one?
20.1.
20.1, and then I think in bracket 1, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Right. First Trillion held itself out in correspondence with McKinsey as a successor to the consulting business of regiments.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
I don't think you're reading from the same paragraph that I have as 20.1 at page 702.213. My
Sorry,
one
Chair. I
starts
think
with
it's
initial.
702.212.
212.
Yes.
Oh.
I think there's two paragraphs 20.1 in the affidavit.
Oh, okay, so that's just, that's confused. So the first
First 20.1.
20.1.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
I think in terms of the 20.1 bracket 1, I think again we have Mr. Chair.
Don't say bracket 1 because whoever reads the transcript won't find bracket 1.
Oh, one
That's
in
for your
brackets.
convenience. The paragraph 20.1 that is at page 702.212.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay.
First Trillion held itself out in correspondence with McKinsey as a successor to the consulting business of regiments, which had already undertaken work at ESCOM. Mr. Chair, this paragraph basically is consistent with the letter that we have admitted into evidence earlier.
Let's break this up. What is said here, one of the things that is said here is that regiments had undertaken consulting or had undertaken work already at ESCOM. And not Trillion. They don't say Trillion, they say regiments, but they say Trillion. They understood that Trillion held itself out in correspondence with McKinsey as the successor to the consulting business of regiments, which had already taken work at ESCOM. As I understand it, they are saying it's regiments who had done the work at ESCOM.
Mr. Chair, that part I agree with.
You agree with that?
I'm
part,
just
yes?
saying that the issue of Trillion being a successor to regiments is consistent with my letter.
Yeah, okay. So
in terms of
yeah,
why it was
okay.
constructed the way it was constructed.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Sorry, in terms of? Sorry, I missed that. In terms
I
of?
think he's talking about what he has referred to as the secondment.
No, sir.
Oh, no,
No.
okay.
The letter that we just admitted
Oh, the one that
into
was,
evidence.
yes.
Advocate Seleka referred to Regiment's group.
Let me have a look at those letters, that letter.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mr. Singh's,
But you'd accept, Mr. Singh, won't you, that the second part is not consistent with at least your evidence at some stage, namely that it's regiments which had done the work.
Well, Mr. Chair, this is basically at a point in time. I'm saying the way that I understand Mr. Anamankwa's affidavit is that this is at a point in time.
Yeah,
So
of course.
he's obviously giving you a sequence of events as how it unfolded.
Okay.
The second point is...
Well, I want to look at your letter. You said the first part
Oh, sorry, sir.
is consistent with your letter. I want to see where in your letter you say something that you say is consistent with this.
Mr. Chair, there it's if you look at the first bullet point.
The first one.
Yes, the first bullet point.
In relation to the above, ESCOM requests a formal response on the following items.
No. Sorry.
First bullet point, ESCOM understands that the intended BEE partner to McKinsey and Company is Regiments Group. We also further note that Regiments Group is in a process of transition and that the ultimate BEE partner would be the Trillion Group.
So that's the
part you say is
That's what I'm
consistent.
saying, it's
Okay,
consistent.
I understand, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second, McKinsey never made any payments to Trillion and never had a contract with Trillion. I don't think anyone disputes that, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The
Okay.
reason why McKinsey never contracted with Trillion as a supply development partner, as discussed further below, is that Trillion failed McKinsey's due diligence process in February-March 2016.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The first sentence of paragraph 20.1.2. Okay, maybe I was wrong when I said don't say bracket 1. I think I misunderstood. I thought you had put your own bracket 1 for your convenience, but now I understand what you are referring to. Okay, 20.1 bracket 2. You say the first sentence, nobody disputes that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that sentence has 2 points. One is McKinsey never made any payments to Trillion. 2, McKinsey never had a contract with Trillion. Okay, that's not in dispute. Yeah, continue.
The reason why McKinsey never contracted with Trillion as a supplier development partner, as discussed further below, is that Trillion failed McKinsey's due diligence process in February-March 2016. Mr. Chair, I think the wording of February-March 2016 is a convenient way to be put, because the letter that we just read and admitted into evidence suggests that at 25 March, they were still, 25 February, they were still going through a due diligence process, which ultimately led to them informing Trillion at the 16th of March that they would not be able to continue as their BEE partner any longer, and informed ESCOM on the 31st of March of that decision. So February-March, Mr. Chair, in my view, is very convenient in the way it's formatted.
So,
And that is formatted in that manner, Mr. Chair, to include the corporate plan.
to include
the corporate plan,
corporate plan.
because the corporate plan was finalized in February.
Yes.
So there was no due diligence outcome in the month of February.
So are you saying factually you dispute that Trillion failed the McKinsey due diligence process in February/March 2016? Do you go that far, or you simply say, look, I don't know factually whether that's true, but it just seems quite convenient?
Mr.
for
Chair,
our reasons?
I think I'm putting it more stronger than that, Mr. Chair.
You are
I'm saying
disputing
factually it is that based on the letter that we've just admitted on the 25th, McKinsey admits that they're still conducting a due diligence process.
Let's go to that. That letter is dated 25 February 2016. Can we find where they say they are still? Okay. On
It's the one
they
that says,
say on the second page, we can confirm that we will not be able to commence a relationship with Trillion or any other partner or subcontractor until these criteria have been met and approved by our global risk and legal teams. We have requested the above information from Trillion and have been assured that this will be made available to us before 1 March 2016. We have also expressed our concern to Mr. Wood about the article, and he has assured us that he will issue a satisfactory response. Based on this, our relationship with Trillion remains under review by our committees. So the point you are making is that as at 25 February, McKinsey is saying we are still reviewing or considering the issue of whether we should have a relationship with Trillion. And we have asked for some information. That's 25 February. That point might be fine, but only up to 25 February, isn't it? If we're talking about March, it doesn't cover March because we wouldn't know whether they got all of this information in the next few weeks.
Well, Mr.
But of course, there might be another part
But it-
somewhere which tells us.
I think, Mr. Chair, by now it's common cause that
Yeah.
McKinsey informed Trillion
Yeah,
that they had failed
yeah,
and they will no longer partner
yes.
officially on the 16th of March.
On this,
it's
also about
15.
3 weeks later or
Yes.
something like that.
And officially then informed ESCOM alternatively on the 31st of March.
Yes, okay, so therefore,
So February
there,
is a
wa-
no.
there was, on their version, by 31st of March, they had no relationship with...
Well, 16th of March.
By the 16th of March,
Yes.
yeah, they had no relationship with, and they had decided that they were not going to
Yes.
continue.
Because
Okay.
per this letter, Mr. Chair, they were still expecting information from Trillion on the 1st of March.
Yeah, yeah,
So they couldn't have made a decision in February.
yeah, they made it after that.
They made it after.
Yeah, yeah.
And the point that I'm making is that I'm factually disputing February because February is conveniently inserted to give the impression that they had failed in February to cast doubt on the corporate plan work.
Well, the corporate plan, this letter is about the MSA, isn't it? Or is it about both the corporate plan and the MSA, the letter of 25
Mr. Chair,
February?
the letter, both mine and
Yeah.
McKinsey's letter, refers to the MSA.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Now, insofar as the MSA is concerned, what you are saying is on their letter and whatever other correspondence, by 16 March, they say they had no relationship with Trillion. And end of March, they informed ESCOM. But you use that not in relation to MSA for present purposes. You use it in relation to the corporate plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Selega?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Amankwa does specify the dates later in his affidavit. And Mr. Singh, I just want to mention those dates. They addressed a letter to McKinsey. He says 15 March 2016. And then the letter to you was 30 March. Remember the one we looked at. I know the 31st is the meeting, the steering committee meeting you had.
Yes.
Yeah. So the letter had already been given. So it's 15 March and 30 March, and then there's a meeting on the 31st of March.
But what is the point you make about the absence of the relationship between McKinsey and Trillian under the MSA that relates to the corporate plan? Remember, we're talking about the corporate plan now, but you are relying on a letter that talks about the MSA. What is that point that you want to make? Because under the corporate plan, remember, sometime maybe 30 minutes ago, I asked Mr. Selega what was the point about the corporate plan, and he confirmed that the point was who had provided services.
Mr. Chair, McKinsey relies on the fact that Trillian had failed their due diligence process, and therefore they were never their supplier development partner.
Yes.
But I'm saying for the corporate plan, they were never subjected to a due diligence process.
You mean
Trillian.
Trillian?
Yes.
Right.
Albeit that they were working together with.
Yes, but they say, or maybe it's in the affidavit, that they never had any contract with Trillian.
Mr. Chair, we will deal with that shortly.
Yes, because you see, I think I want to keep my focus on the issue, and there is the issue of whether there was a contract and who the contract was with, whether services were provided, and who provided the services. I want to keep my focus on that as we deal with the corporate plan.
I will certainly deal with that in that.
Yeah,
in that
okay,
process.
okay. Continue.
Mr. Chair, in terms of bracket 3, which is on the next page,
Mr. Singh.
Which is 20.1 sub 2.
Chair, before, I know Mr. Singh wouldn't lose the point because he knows where it is, but I think the statement he made just requires some clarification, Mr. Singh.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, insofar, because insofar as you say, Trillian was never subjected to review under the corporate plan. Then you go on to say, albeit
That the due diligence process. I
Yes.
think that's what he said. When you say under review,